Alright, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope everybody is having a good day today. Hello. I don't hate anybody. I didn't mean to be late. I had a good reason. I had many good reasons, actually. Multiple good reasons. I was getting a lot done. YouTube didn't notify you? No, that's not helpful. No, I'm not trying to be late. I'm trying to get things going and I'm trying to make things proper. I was trying to grab the coat hanger icon so that I could have a different icon to switch for with fashion reviews. And the funniest thing is, I was like, okay, I can either screenshot this from the UI itself, or I can just try to find a generic coat hanger and then replace it later. So I looked to find a generic coat hanger design, and lo and behold, the one in the game is a generic coat hanger design. And I was able to find an exact match. I looked up coat hanger icon. It was like 1-to-1. They just used a generic coat hanger icon. I thought it was funny. I thought that was amusing. So yeah, I added the coat hanger icon. I submitted the video for the Masses Travels event. I had the video on membership to meet another criteria of experimentation. I'm trying to get ahead of things, and I'm working really hard on some projects that I'm excited to share with you soon. So, lots of good things today. Efficiency, yeah. I thought it was hilarious. Like, all the other icons are very, very specific, and then the skin one is completely generic. HG keeps a tight stock art pile. At least Twitch was very responsive when you were live. That's good. Also, hello, Nadadori. Welcome in. Multitasking, getting all the stuff done. I'm really excited. I'm trying to see how much I can get done with everything going on. But yeah, overall, some things you know about, some things you don't. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, also, I think, probably tomorrow. Tomorrow I can post the big commission I've been working on so you guys can see what that was about, too. Because the person who the commission was for has received it, and they liked it. It's all good. Am I finally getting the cheese? What do you mean by that? Are we getting cheese or bombs? Why is that your first guess? But yeah, I'm going through the order of things. You know why? No, I don't. Why is that your first guess? It's us. Okay, fair enough. Nadatori says, hail the cheese. See, you guys on YouTube and Twitch have the exact same mindset, so you guys can get along just fine. Alright. No, but actually... No. Alright. Let's jump in here. Actually getting cheese would be some nobody would expect. Alright. Let's jump back into our, skin reviews. To keep KLMX sane, I'm going to be re-reviewing the Shining skin without all of the insanity. Looks like emotes don't show? That's strange, they should. Well, that one did. Oh, don't tell me it's a YouTube thing. I need YouTube to step up their game. I really need YouTube to step up their game. What's wrong with the quick 39-minute skin review? What class do you think Shining is? Oh my gosh, you guys. Alright, I'm gonna look at it again with fresh eyes. Not getting sidetracked with an entire class lesson. I guess Twitch wins on the emote wars. Twitch is built around emotes, let's be honest. YouTube still needs to get their act together. I think that at some point, I'll probably have to split the chats again, or something. I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do about that. It's annoying that you can't see the emotes on the YouTube side. You're stuck on an ad that is looping itself? The heck? Quick chat, more nonsense, sword and simple talk to distract her. Oh. It started, you know, you can zoom in on skin. You're hilarious. Oh. Sengetsu got sent to ad purgatory instead of Dom. Oh no. Oh. Star is a tomboy. Arknight, thank you very much for following on the Twitch. I'm assuming this is Arknight. Thank you for following on the Twitch side. I appreciate it. Alright. Clearly I don't look like a tomboy in this outfit. Clearly this outfit changes perception of things. My previous outfit was a shirt and pants with a capelet. And ironically, I'm not even making this up, I had a jabot just like Amiya. My previous outfit had a jabot. What? You still sound like a tomboy? A what? A jabot is a, it's, you know how Amiya has that layered fabric, on her shirt, and it's kind of, like, formed as a necklace? I had that. The neck fluffle thing, there you go. How is that tomboyish? It's not! I was mentioning a detail. I was mentioning a detail. That's Victorian? I know it's Victorian. I like the Victorian accessories. I actually really like... I really like princely outfits. I might do something princely someday. That would be really cool. I'm just explaining. Like, previous outfit was a shirt and pants, and a capelet, and a jabot. So I'm just making connections is all. Read what I said about... Oh, jeez. Vessa says, read what I said about you have a cute tomboy voice. Read it out loud. Vessa gun emote. Just do a Calcit and Butler fit, and we will be forever blessed. I imagined you as a tomboy, and I can't unsee it. It's not a command. Anyway. Still can't see Star as a tomboy. Sorry, chaps. Have you seen the sketch? Everyone is outing me. I don't know if Raul has seen the sketch or not, so I don't know. Yeah, I honestly, like, I think that a lot of this current design was very Irium inspired, very, like, idol VTuber culture inspired. I would like to eventually have other outfits in the future, because this one is definitely kind of a very different mindset. I need a drawing of you skateboarding? I can't skateboard. I have, but you're not tomboyish enough. I'm sorry, I don't play football? Why is it always, like, skateboarding and wiping out that? I feel like there's other stuff. At least you didn't say soccer. I could've said rugby. I don't know. I just... Look, I'm not like the tough mutter type, okay? Hello, hello, gonna be lurking for a while? Alright, Blug, sounds good. Alright, let's jump in here. Let's jump in here. We are going to jump into our skin reviews here. Alrighty, alright. See? I got a little hanger icon. That is legitimately just the generic. I'll point it out. I'll point it out. Alright. I'm gonna pause this, go here instead. There we go. And let me see. It's, hang on a sec. My voice feels like it's in the red. No, it's normal. Okay. Operation Coat Hanger commenced. There are all kinds and flavors of tomboy. Star is a precious star type doll. You delayed your stream just to find an icon? Yes, because now it matches. Now I can swap around every time. Look at this, okay? This is why, yes, I've delayed stream for the icon. Look at this, okay? See, here's how it works. We can take away the coat hanger, and then if I'm reading a vignette, we put on the vignette. And then if I'm reading an operator record, we put on the operator record. And then if I'm doing courses, then I can say that we succeeded, somewhat, maybe. And then we have course numbers. So yeah, I delayed stream for a coat hanger. Alright. For once, Star will be able to zoom in on outfit. Okay, anyway, let's jump in. Let me show you, okay? We're gonna go to the store. Do you see this? Do you see the icon here? You see the icon here? Right here? Look at it's an exact match! It's a generic icon, look at that! It's a generic UI. It's 100% a generic icon. I thought that was hilarious. I'm highly amused by that. I don't know about you guys. But it's like everything else is like specific, and then just coat hanger. Exact match of a coat hanger. You also get that icon when you're on an operator? What do you mean? Alright, where are we? Where is Shining? Oh, there we go. Alright. HG frauds. She likes coding. No, I was trying. Look how fitting it is. It's exact. I thought that was worth working on. The screen where you have their level, skill, talent, stats, etc. Okay, there you go. Alright, we're going to redo Shining's design from a fresh perspective this time. Fresh perspective. Okay. Alright. Okay. Shining. And this time we can look around as we please. I think it's funny. I know I mentioned this earlier. I think it's funny that the chibi is sitting down and Shining is also sitting in the illustration, because I know that you guys have said that this exists, but I have not seen operator chibis where they're sitting naturally. I think it's funny. I think it's a nice attention to detail, right? Because I don't normally notice that. Alright. I like the composition of the trees, how they're sort of encircling the subject matter. It's creating this sort of globe-like effect. And it's also pointing to, like, the trees are being used as arrows, essentially, right? So the trees are pointing to the moon. And I love how the moon has this nice moon bow around it. I think that's a really great touch. You do not see moon bows that often, right? You do not see moon bows that often. So I really like that. So they point directly to the moon, and then the other brightest thing in the image is honestly the operator themselves, right? And the moon glow creating this reflection on her hair highlights. So I think that I mean, her name is Shining. She makes sense that she would be one of the brightest elements in the piece. But the trees point to the moon, and then the moon guides your eye down to the operator, which I really like. Also, the birds are also doing that arrow element of looking over and pointing. You see the bird's head, the bird's beak, where they're looking, it's pointing again at her face, at her head. It's creating this looping effect so that all your focus goes to the operator themselves. The water looks so watery, 10 out of 10 would drink. What? Even the rocks, even the way the rocks are formed, they're also pointing towards her. The birds are, these two birds are pointing towards her. This bird is pointing towards her again. All right, let's see here. Let's see the entire composition. The entire composition is this, like, rounded structure. Rounded is usually used for, like, something soft or graceful, which is a very interesting contrast, because we've seen a lot of more action-oriented pieces that the composition is like a big triangle, or things with streaks going everywhere, or, you know, something that's very, very sharp and jagged. So everything in this piece is sharp and jagged, but the composition of the piece is circular, which creates like this protective bubble, this encompassing idea, this, serenity and protection feeling, right? The whole thing feels protected. It feels like very, very sacred ground. And if they had wanted to give a different idea, then they would have probably changed the composition to something a bit more jagged, a bit more uneven. But even though there's craggy rocks, and there's trees, and there's a lot of sharp corners, the general concept of it is round, safe, and secure. She doesn't look like she's scared. She looks pretty calm, honestly. So even in this more dead trees, scary environment, she's kind of at peace. There's also a lot to be said with the candles here. Candles in the water are a big, big, big symbolic element, because you have fire and water working against each other normally, and in this they're sort of working with each other, right? You normally wouldn't have candles in the water. There's no reason to have candles in the water. It's not really that she needs to light anything. They don't produce enough of a light source. So candles in the water, in this instance, would be used for ritual, would be used for symbolism, would be used for pointing out the yin and the yang. So there's a lot of symbols of water is life, fire can harm, and fire can heal. Fire with the water is creating this harmony, this unity. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like a little bit of a pagan Wiccan witchy vibe, but candles with water is always a very, very, very strong motif, strong symbol, strong concept and idea. We also have, let's see. So I now know that this is a sword. I now know this is a sword, but the sword in this skin, having these branching elements come off of it, are also symbolizing, like, a teemingness with new life, growth, you know. We have these craggy, dead trees that have these crystals growing around it. We have these craggy rocks. And then this hilt and handle of the sword has new life, golden leaves, purity. So again, you have that crazy amount of contrast. You have that contrast between the decay of the trees and the birth of new life, of new leaves, of regeneration and growth. I think what's also interesting is this is definitely in some sort of marshland, right? You can see a lot of the bogs, the water. It's not like a clear lake on a resort. It's not a beach. It's clearly like dark, murky marshland. The thing about marshland is that that is also a symbol of life everlasting, that there's always new things growing, that it's sort of like this refusal to die, right? So there's all of these symbols of rebirth, renewal, decay, and rejuvenation, which I really, really like. As for the design on the operator itself, it is a Coral Coast skin, which is interesting because it kind of goes against what you would generally expect to be Coral Coast vibe, right? Because that's usually our beach skin. So this is Coral Coast, but it's done in a very symbolic way. It's not Halloween. It's not the Halloween line. So that shows me that this has a lot more meaning to it. I love the direction, the swirling of her hair here. I think that is really, really nicely done. Especially how it's just sort of like gracefully touching the water. It's just elegant. Everything about it is so elegant, the way that it's positioned. And then we've got like our simple beach outfit, a little bit of transparency. But again, it's not a beach theme. It's Coral Coast, but it's not necessarily beachy. It definitely feels a lot more like they wanted to go for something very, very different, I think. The setting looks like a FromSoft area, but if it was nice instead of poisonous. Yeah, true. There's a lot of gold elements. There's gold in her shoes. There's gold in her little detail on her neck. There's little pieces of gold on her sleeves here. There's also this very protector-like aura coming off of it, especially how gently she's holding this bird, how these birds are sort of resting on her sword. They're not afraid of her, they're not running away, and they're not trying to attack her. There's definitely this gentle level of protection and serenity in the piece. I can't say too much with Coral Coast outfits because I'm not a fashion designer, so I can't really point out the intricacies of different types of bathing suits or whatever. I will say that the choice to have this kind of neckline, this sort of going over the neck, is interesting. It's a lot more... There's just a lot of subtlety. There's sort of like the sheer patterning that almost looks like vines. She's not... Like, the skin is clearly trying to be a little bit flirtatious, but I don't think she is trying to be flirtatious. Does that make sense? I think it's overall just a very calm, relaxed, tranquil atmosphere. And despite the fact that everything is so dark and gloomy, she is sort of the light at the end of it. And I really like that. I think it's a very well done skin. I think that the more you look into it, the more symbols you can draw from it. She just has a mature beauty. Yeah. I think the outfit is intended to be pretty revealing, but she as a character isn't really giving that vibe. Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree with you. A sort of motherly beauty? Yeah, she kind of has like a motherly attitude towards the birds as well. I agree with that. I think it's a really nice one. Alright. Material is light, soft, breathable, and durable. The latest design that is as enchanting as it is elegant. I think that's very fitting for her. I like it a lot. Okay. Next is Skyfire. Okay, this is a lot more like what you would typically see from Coral Coast, I think. Well, okay, maybe not typical now that I'm looking at it. I'm just saying that, no, actually, this is not a beach either. Where are we? I take it back. First glance gave me a very different impression. I thought that was a wave. That is not a wave. Where are we? Okay. There's a lot of crystals here. It looks very, yeah, it looks very icy. I agree. It's not, I thought it was a beach wave. It's not a beach wave. This looks like ice. So, Skyfire is, has fire arts, right? So this is, like, not her ideal. It is crystalline, yeah. I do like the different colors in the crystals here. The deep, deep blues, the tinges of magenta, and the bright cyan. I think that's very good. Okay, let me look at the composition looks very interesting here. Compared to what we just saw with Shining, let's actually zoom out now that we can. I'm gonna keep saying that for a while. This is a little too big to fully zoom out, but we get the gist of it. Do you see how much wilder this composition is compared to Shining? Do you see how it's like, do you see how there's a lot more movement, there's a lot more angles, there's a lot more unevenness, there's pieces that are proportioned differently? It doesn't feel secure, it feels very chaotic. It's still rounded, but there's different S-curves and sharp turns, and it feels a lot less calm and tranquil than the previous Shining skin, where the whole thing felt like a secure enclosure, right? This feels very, very, very chaotic. There's sharp ice flows, there's sharp crystals. It's not a great circle, it's just sort of like holding on and being kind of embarrassed and frustrated from what I can see in her expression. I can't quite tell where we are or what we are doing, but I do really like the shape language of this. Even though it's completely different than Shining's, I do very, very much enjoy the shape language. I love the contrast of the sharp crystal with the sharp fire. The fire and the crystal have varying degrees that feel similar. This feels different. This giant ice wave feels different because of how much space there is, how much open, like, eye resting there is here. It's not as detailed, but this being all detailed here in the fire arts and all detailed here in the crystal, they make these sort of feel like opposing forces, which I really like. Fire and water not particularly harmonious in this one. It's kind of hilarious, right? It's almost like we just found the antithesis skin to the previous Shining skin. Because yeah, we had fire and water that were working together in tranquil harmony, and then this is like absolute opposition, absolute chaos, absolute frustration. It's almost the polar opposite, pardon the pun. I can see a little bit of... I can't tell if any of this area is volcanic or if that is just purely the ice area. I think it's all ice. I think it's all... Someone mentioned like a cavern earlier. It might all just be cavernous ice. Pun not pardoned. The difference is Skyfire had to deal with Pompeii. Shining didn't. What a nice summer vacation she had. That's fair. That's fair. This was from that volcano event. I think the connection is intentional. So, Pompeii was dealt with, like, in an actual volcano, but this doesn't feel like that same location. Why would that be? She looks perturbed because, Skyfire has a bit of an issue with accidentally burning her clothes. I see. That's fair. Wait, how come there's other operators that don't worry about that? Like, Reed never seems to burn her dress. I guess it's your own control. Her attack animation becomes blue fire. Oh, interesting. You remember it from year 1, and that was the summer event that you had played. I see. The crystalline structure could be volcanic in origin. That is true, except the colors throw me off. The colors look more icy. I mean, you're not wrong, it's just that I feel like the crystals would take on a different hue. It's possible that they just did this so that it would stand out better from her own fire and create that color contrast between, you know, blues and reds. Kind of just a skill issue on Skyfire's part. Oh no. Reed has more of a controlled release. Skyfire seems almost spontaneous. Gotcha, gotcha. It's Noise. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Hang on a sec. You can imagine each artist doing the series of Coral Coast skins. We're given the same art prompt by the art director. Each interpret the prompts very differently. That would make sense. That would make sense. Her S2 also drops meteors. It might be related to that. It's interesting how intensely different, if this was for the Pompeii event, it's kind of interesting how this doesn't give you the feeling of volcanic landscape. Let me see if there's any details we can spot from the, from any of the environment here. This definitely looks like some of the structure of the rock is breaking. This is a really interesting way of depicting flames. The flames... Huh. The flames almost are rendered as if they were water. That is probably not intentional, but it is a bit different. It is a bit different way of rendering. Is it me, or do the flames kind of feel liquid-like? They kind of feel a little bit like water here. It looks like she broke into the Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, they're very flowy, as opposed to fire, which is more like flickery. It feels like water. It's really interesting. Obviously, this top part doesn't, but the part of the base here definitely gets an almost water-like feeling. Almost like silk, yeah. Alright, so she's clearly upset. It doesn't look like she's burned anything yet, thankfully. But I guess she's watching her step everywhere. Maybe trying to not step on the sharp crystals? That could be it. I love the tiny, like, the very subtle brush strokes of just, like, bright cyan, bright cyan, bright cyan, bright cyan. It makes the whole environment feel like it's almost glowing. And especially here on the crystals, too, bright cyan. And then the wave of magenta, which is a really great way to create that fantasy, almost iridescence feeling here. Just taking the color you would not expect. It's probably reflecting from the fire itself, but just adding a quick swipe of that is really nice and kind of helps separate the crystals from the ice flues, which do not have a single line of magenta in them. Watch how Starlight obsesses over colors and color gradation. Hey, there's a lot of meaning here. There's a lot of different tricks behind this. This is definitely meant to reflect the flames themselves, which is interesting. I don't have as much to say about this skin, other than I think that the best part of it is the composition. This sort of swipe over, flow through, swipe over, flow through, and then having her nervous in the center. It feels like there is this sense of chaos, like she's metaphorically stuck in a tornado. And I think that the composition of this constant movement, this constant swirling, is the best part of this piece. It looks like it's moving. It looks like it's constantly in motion, and I really, really like that. Okay. Attached with various accessories for convenient use, the special material is fire and cold proof and suitable for activities in a variety of waters. Okay, good to know. So we can't burn it. And it's also cold proof? I guess it wouldn't, like, shatter? Alright then. Alright, Ifrit! Ifrit, we are still doing Coral Coast here. I think this is who Vesa got in his top up tag, I believe. Alright. This feels more like the Coral Coast that I've seen more in the past. This is more like a, this is a little bit more beachy. This is a little bit more hanging out and having fun. Love Ifrit in the skin, so glad I pulled her in recruitment so I can buy the skin again. A lot of people seem to like Ifrit, yeah, okay. So, alright, open barbecue, although maybe a little too much, a little too much, temperature on the food. Possibly burning, that's okay, we'll try again. Ifrit doing a Barbie here really fits her character. Alright. The arson gremlin. Well, okay, this food looks good. This food hasn't been destroyed yet. I'm definitely going to be zooming in on the food. You guys know that I really like the food. We're open for business. That's great. That's good to hear. I think this was from one of the scenes that I do remember in the Pompeii event, where she genuinely was burning the food. But that's okay. Also, it's nice. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I specifically remember that one scene, so that's funny. Alright, let's see what the composition is. It's a little bit hard to tell with all the UI here. Alright, let's zoom out. I love how even zooming out fully, I still can't see the whole thing, but I can get the gist of it. So this one's interesting. This is, again, not circular and contained like the Shining skin, not chaotic like the Skyfire skin. It feels grounded in the sense that it's almost blocky, but of course there's a lot of chaos going on. The funny thing is, the composition is sort of dictating how she feels. Because, she doesn't seem to care that she's burning the food, so it's not chaotic, the composition is not wild, it's not like the Skyfire skin where she feels out of control. She just doesn't really mind. She's like, oh, okay, I'll worry about that in a sec. And that kind of shows in the composition of the skin. There's nothing wild, nothing crazy. Just like, alright, you know, minor inconvenience, try again later. And I think that that's really funny. The single intro to art class I took in college 2 years ago is all coming back to me now. Hello, I'm cool. Welcome in, welcome in. All of this doing that face to get away with it. It's funny. The composition is not crazy because she does not really seem to care. Minor inconvenience. Ifrit's probably thinking not enough fire. Once you read her story, you will love her like we all do. I know nothing about her, so yeah, that'd be interesting at some point. I just think it's so funny that the composition is just so calm and grounded. This is a very square-like composition. There's not much crazy energy going on. It's just like, yeah, you know, average day. Alright, let's see. Oh no, we're adding fire. Oh, we haven't even burned anything yet. We're just... we're just going for it. And we're just having fun now. We're just having fun. Got like an interesting, tool belt here. Sheer tool belt. Okay, sure, why not? Gotta burn something? Oh! There's a lot of meat here. It looks like we've got some ribs. A lot of meat here. Some sausages. Some asparagus? Onions? Something that people would probably go crazy over if I'm seeing this correctly. If I'm interpreting what I'm seeing correctly. When you said that, you accurately described Ifrit very well. How do you know this? I can pick up a lot from these illustrations, honestly. Leeks? I think this is asparagus. I think it has the color and texture of asparagus, from what I can tell. And chat goes wild with the cheese. I'm hungry and I just ate. Incredible. I wonder what else is cooking on here. Yeah, okay, not enough fire. Char it. Hot, make it hotter. Char the whole thing. This is so funny to me. We've got 2 grills going on at the exact same time. And we are quite literally playing with fire at our leisure. At least these feel like they're cooling down to serve. So that's nice. Okay, yeah, all the fire. Throw more alcohol on the fire. Get more fire going. Chat is just a pure hive mind right now. She just seems so, like, aloof and, like, she's totally in her element right now. I love that for her. I can feel the heat in this image. I love this for her. She's, like, she's genuinely in her element. She's so happy. She's so, like, she knows that this is what she is good at. She knows that this is what she is good at, and she probably doesn't get the chance to do this a lot. So she's probably really, really excited about this opportunity where she just gets to play with the fire as much as she wants. I mean, her eyes are shimmering. She is just blissful right now. World Stratus, thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you. Red nail polish, how fitting. Heck yeah. Lots of different red details. Red nail polish, red straps. Little red details even in the mitts, even in the, well, especially in these canisters. She has a silence feather on her neck? Oh my gosh. Wait, actually though, THLPH would know best. She's doing the Salt Bae meme with what looks more like more Tinder. True though. It is? That's canonically one of Silence's feathers? Oh dang, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I do not know their story, so I will keep that in mind. It's a gift from Silence. I wonder what that means to Liberi, you know? Or, Liberi, sorry. I wonder what that means to Liberi to give up one of their feathers. You'll find out. Noted. Noted. Alright, Rhine Lab. Barbecue official. Interesting. That's why I'm wearing the feather earring. Fair enough. I like all the shading detail for the fire. I like how everything is, sort of... From the back, everything is in shadow because of how bright the fire itself is. Rhine Lab sponsored barbecue. Alright. Overall, it's great, and I'm happy for her. Special Rhine Lab collaboration type. To meet Rhine Lab's specifications, this outfit is both comfortable and possesses heat-resistant properties. That's good. That's good. It's always helpful. To meet Rhine Lab's specifications. That's funny. Okay. Ifrit has a ton of lore. I will keep that in mind. The chibi has a barbecue too in battle. I really wish we could see the chibi previews. It would be really nice if we could. That's not good, it is necessary. The chibi stands behind a barbecue and attacks using that flame jet. Incredible. Alright. Sora! Sora is next up. I always mix up, Sora and Arketto, and I know I shouldn't, but I'm still trying to learn. Okay, next up is Sora. You recognized her? No, there's a name right there. I did not recognize her. I was because there's one eye closed, so I'm like, is this Arketto? Is that I still don't know. Okay, no, Sora. I don't think Arketto has twin tails, so I don't know if that's specific to this skin. I'm still just trying to learn the designs. Lauren Salameo, thank you very much for following. I appreciate it. Also, if you guys are new here, just letting you know, I just released a VOD going over the newest skin reviews for the outfits that were just released with the Masses Travels event. So if you would like to check that out on my YouTube channel, I would really, really appreciate it. I'm also going to be submitting it, so any views and comments on that video really, really helps. I appreciate it greatly. If you're on the Twitch side and you want to jump over and see what it's like on the YouTube side as well, you are more than welcome. We would be happy to have you. Also, we have a Discord. Thank you guys for shouting out the Discord. I appreciate it. We also have a Discord channel. There is an Arknights channel in the Discord, but please just do keep in mind that if you do join, that there are threads specifically for spoiler-related things. Yes, there are spoiler rules. I want to try to go through everything as naturally as I can, so please mind the spoiler rules. I appreciate it. Okay. Sora. So, let's see here. I like all the different color. I really like all the different color going on. Again, it's kind of like the Thorn skin. We're working with a lot of really, really muted color variation in the shadows, which I really enjoy. I like the way that everything is rendered. I like how, like, I like the color variation in the shadows here. I think that's really nice. Color variation in this shadow, this almost lavender, really. And then this umbrella looks like an eggshell. The whole composition feels like an egg. Why would that be? This is definitely something we have to look at from further away. It's hard sometimes to not look at Star, but try to look over her head sometime. What? Alright. It has an egg composition. It feels like an egg. This is interesting. Oh, the spoiler warning above my own head. Yeah. The spoiler warning above my own head. I don't know if anyone reads that or if they know there's even words there. It's an egg. It's an egg composition. I find that absolutely hilarious. I don't know if that was intentional. It feels like it was intentional. It feels a little bit too specific to not be intentional, but maybe? I don't know. I mean, this is not a typical design for an umbrella, right? This rounded umbrella with these spiky elements coming out of it, this very much feels intentional. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Let's see here. Good job just making the drinks just quick, easy, fast to design. I like that. A little bit more detail on the cooler itself. It's actually a very interesting design of a cooler. Waterproof cooler. Coolers are waterproof. Interesting design for a cooler. I don't know. It has a lot of little different panels and additions. It doesn't look like a typical cooler. Can't really tell what's over here. Not really sure. Okay, there's a lot of elements I can't really figure out. The thing about Sora is nobody knows what she is. Typically, E2 skins represent what animal a character is based on, but for Sora, we got nothing. Really? Interesting. I like the coconuts here. Are these dragon fruit? These are dragon fruit. We have dragon fruit and coconuts. That's interesting. Coconut shells I can see in the water. Dragon fruit, I would not normally see in the water. Maybe it's equipment for the beach performance? Well, we do have a microphone here. So there's a microphone for the beach performance, and then I don't know what this is. This definitely looks like some sort of power source. As for the outfit itself, everything has... So many operators seem to have transparent pouches for holding things. So many different transparent pouches. The sleeve is straight up Easter colors. We've got yellow, pink, cyan. Can't quite tell what all the details are on the buttons. And we're carrying an entire bouquet of flowers, which is interesting. Sandcastle in the background. I couldn't tell if this was a sandcastle or not, or if it was just a really strange perspective, but yeah, I guess it's a sandcastle. As I was saying before, with the color, look how much variation there is in the color. There is blue and magenta. There is bright, like if you were to color pick this is lavender. It all together blended in. It looks like it's gray, but if you look carefully, this is a sky blue. This is a lavender. This is a taupe. They all work together in a really, really good harmony. And it's so subtle. Too much color variation, brain hurts. It's so good. It's so good. And so you hold things at the beach. If they're not waterproof, you put them in plastic baggies. Well, that's true. I think we have a good idea what race she is, but nothing confirmed. The game itself states, unknown as requested by management agency. Oh, interesting. I coined the transparent stuff opacity core. Don't you mean opal? I like all the color variation. I wouldn't even know how to do this because it's so subtle that it was hard to see, but it's very reminiscent of Impressionist painting. Impressionist painting does a lot of this color variation too. Impressionist painting will throw a lot of variation in color when doing like stippling effects, or Monet paintings do it a lot. I would love to learn how to do this. It's very Impressionist, it's very Monet, I admire it a lot. And then of course, like I said, in the sleeves, it's doing the same thing. In the shadows, it's doing the same thing. This skin especially is doing a lot of Impressionist Monet color work. And I'd love to know how the artist pulled it off. It's possible that I'm trying to see if this is maybe a texture or if this is individually painted in strokes. These might all be individual. These might be individually painted in strokes. There's flowers on the umbrella, which is interesting. I kind of feel like those might fall off. Also, look how rough the flowers are. This is one thing that's gonna make it really hard when, you know, discerning from AI, because so many people are going to be like, oh, this has to be AI because look at how nonsensical these flowers look. They don't look like actual flowers. And it's like the Impressionist style, just to get the idea, the color down, so that from far away it looks complete. You don't need to have a crazy amount of detail for it to give you the feeling that there's 2 layers of flowers on here. But it's just enough. It's just like tiny swatchy paintbrush strokes of color. And it's good because that's not the focus. So all the detail of the focus is on her face. And then that is where all the sharper brush strokes are, the sharper edges, the sharper highlights. That's where it really matters. The flowers are gonna stay up there for all of 20 seconds. Yeah, I was thinking they didn't look super secure either. Imagine you couldn't zoom in and get the details. You guys are never gonna live this down, are you? Well, overall, I think that the strongest part of this piece, everything's really rough and painty, almost has like a little bit of a crayon texture in some areas. Strongest element of this piece is definitely in the color variation. Even the water has like 20 different colors in it. So, yeah, I'm interested with the egg motif. There's also an interesting idea with the dragon fruit for some reason. I don't know. The egg motif and the dragon fruit is like a weird catch. I I can't really tell what's going on with the floaty. The floaty looks a little bit odd too. And then the flowers on the umbrella that definitely feel like they're going to fall off. It's a very confusing motif of a skin, but the colors are very, very well done and professional. Alright. Summer Flower Series. Brings out a girl's figure and physique using all natural materials. Pursue the summer's hottest trend. Okay. Well, hopefully the photo shoot lasted enough for those flowers anyway. The zooming relation crash out will go down in history. We'll keep it forever archived in the Stargazer Museum of Funnies. Oh, great. Supa has a good theory on what the race is. Can you tell me without spoilers? I mean, if it's spoiler-based, I don't want to know a theory if it's connected to one thing or the other. Alright. Next up. Alright. Gummy. Which I can't read in Russian. But gummy. Kinda has implications? Okay, if it has implications, I don't want to hear it then. I don't want to think too hard about it, so don't tell me then. Don't tell me. If I transcribe the Russian into English, it'd say gum? It's just gum? But she goes by Gummy, right? Alright. This is sweet. I like the little ice cream thing. Oh, I still have to do that. I still have to finish that painting, don't I? I still have to finish the painting where she's also holding ice cream. I didn't realize that there was a skin that was basically doing something very, very similar. That's funny. Let's see. Overall, it's a... I like the sort of sailor motifs this has. It's very sweet. Alright. We'll zoom out first and then look at the details in just a sec. Overall, this is good. It's a very grounded composition. Everything is very calm, nothing too chaotic. She seems pretty happy with what she's doing. She also feels like she is more in her element as well. See, the whole thing has like a very square composition, so it shows that everything's very grounded and calming. I like the way that the flowers are in these baskets. The balloons? Not really sure about the shape of the balloons, but that's okay, I understand it. It's more for effect. And then, okay. Little kitchen area. So this is like seaside ice cream shop. I like it. It has more muted tones. Do not put the ice in the frying pan. It has more muted tones, but I think it works. There is still enough color. I do like all the transparency going on in the dress. I kind of wish that the balloons had a similar transparency. The balloons feel a little bit heavy, a little bit solid, because they do not- they have color bounce. You know, we have the red color bouncing here and the yellow color bouncing here. But there's not enough transparency in the balloons. They feel a little bit heavy to me. On the other hand, if that is done to not distract from the transparency in her dress, then I can somewhat understand it. Alright. Let me zoom in here with the detail. Okay. Alright, what do we think about the sign here? It's Zima in the background? It's, is it Zima and, if I get the name right, is it Istina? Is that? Okay. It is Istina, okay. I wasn't sure. I'm trying to learn. Alright, well, it's symbolic and eye-catching enough that even I can recognize it. Yeah, I wish that... I want these balloons to feel lighter. They feel very solid. They feel like they're going to fall over a little bit. I don't know, what do you guys... This one has a tiny bit more transparency. I can see the boards through it, but these feel heavy. These feel like those balloon dogs made of metal. You know, those art pieces? Zima and Estina ad approved. Let's see. Oh, I like these shoes. I like the little metals on the shoes here. They look like giant lollipops. They kind of do. I love how rough that these artists are able to depict the flowers and still make it work well. Like, they understand the shape of the flower, but they don't obsess over the detail to make it look perfect because the importance of the detail is in the character. It's a lesson that I keep repeating during these skin reviews, but it's a lesson that I myself still have to learn. I get so caught up in details like this when it doesn't matter. You just want the impression of the environment of where the character is, and then most of your time, effort, attention, and energy should be on the rendering of the character themselves. It's something I am still learning how to do. So alright, we've got a little bit of an ice cream shop. Drawing the flower baskets, all the lines. This actually doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look any worse than when I was doing the plaid on Babylon Stargazer, because it's just a few strokes here. These are really even, though. Oh, I have to commend them on how even that looks. It's probably a bunch of layers laid over, and then the strokes on top for that effect. And it's like, they didn't try to make it perfect, but they still followed how a basket is woven. They still followed making it a little bit tiered going downward. So these people know what they're doing. It's so even. Each one of these strokes is so even. Man, did they like do it flat and then wrap it around an object? Or did they just keep undoing and redoing until they made these perfectly even? The shadows do look great. We have a little bit of subsurface scattering where the leaves are coming through against the sun, which I really like. That's that bright orange between the light and the shadow. This is like your core shadow. This subsurface scattering core shadow bright intensity. It's a skill used a lot. You'll see it here as well. It's very, very popular nowadays. Most artists like to do illustrations where they can take over, where they can take advantage of using that technique, because it does create this very sun-dappled effect that is very appealing to the masses. In general, this image is insanely detailed. It is, yeah, I agree. It's insanely detailed, and on the other hand, it knows when it doesn't have to be. Like, look at this sign. You get the idea that it's a menu, but it's not clean. The brush strokes are not clean, it's just the idea, right? We can see like a little teddy bear representation of Gummy. We can see a little bit of the feeling of like, amounts, sizes, orders, little bits of decoration. But the brush strokes aren't clean and they don't have to be. So there is a lot of detail here. But so much of it is like, they don't have to have the detail, or you can just have fun with it. You can put something silly in the sign. And then this was probably done flat, and then added and skewed to fit as a logo. So, Gummy's Kitchen. I like that. What you're saying is you're learning you don't need to use too many details and cleanliness to get the visual point across? Yes, exactly. It is a skill set that I am still trying to understand and learn. I think that it's different depending on what the project is that you're doing. So, for example, there are some things like when I do VTuber assets, I need to make everything very clean because it has to match people's models, and models are usually drawn very clean. But with something like an illustration, illustrations can be more like the piece with Sora that we looked at, where it is more painterly and energetic and just trying to get a point across. Whereas like the chibis that appear in the courses, in the stages in the game, those also have to be very, very clean and precise because those have to be rigged. So you can't have those look messy. Those have to almost have a vector-like quality to them. I don't believe they are actually done in vector, but they are done very, very clean. So it really depends on what you're doing. But I actually really like the pieces that are more painterly. It's just not a style that I have learned to get used to yet. I'm always afraid, like, I say how much I admire it here, but I'm always nervous that if I do it for somebody else, they will say that it just looks rough and rushed, even if it's not. Like, I have not gotten myself to be able to do flowers in the background to this level of intense impressionist, but I really admire when I see other people do it. I like the, I like all the different ribbons and badges in her outfit. I'm assuming that this is a little bit more like the, Ursus, self-appointed student council symbols. You can see them on her shoes, you can see them on her chest, you can see them on her hat. And I like how this has this, like, light, breezy, sailor suit motif, especially the collar. This is definitely like a sailor suit collar, but it's a sailor suit collar combined with a beach outfit, and I think it works really well. Overall, I admire a lot of the detail in the skin. Again, look at that color variation. We're going from our bright cyan to our magenta. And I think that she is drawn in a really nice style and she's fully in her element, so I like that a lot. Alright. Brings out a girl's figure and physique using all natural materials. Pursue the summer's hottest latest trend. Okay, noted. It's nice. Didn't mean what I said as an insult, by the way. It's just good to see you seeing other ways to do things, is all. You have a good eye for spotting things. Thank you, I appreciate that. Alright. Next up here... Neural! Alright, Neural. We've got... I think this is Neural's, like, aside from her alt, I believe this is her only other skin, from what I understand. Oh, okay, I love how this tail is rendered. I was talking to somebody earlier, I want to say that it was Blug? We were talking about how hard it is to render fur, or hair, I guess in this case. This is basically lawn fur, tail is a little bit different from hair. And this tail is so well rendered. I love how well rendered this tail is. I love how well rendered this tail is. It's just so hard to do fur strokes that feel this satisfying. Look how chill she is in the chibi. I love the chibi. The chibi looks so happy and, like, content. Endless Uma Boy. I love how, yeah, the chibi is adorable. I am not necessarily, like, the personal biggest fan of these kind of poses in skins, just because I'm more of a prudish type. But I love the chibi. I think the chibi is adorable. Trippy parasol too. That is insane. Alright, I need to see this in detail. I need to see the parasol in detail. Do you have to hold it like that? You have to hold it with... No, that's gotta be something else. Is that like, Huh. Alright. Again, we have a rounded composition, so everything is chill and relaxed and calm. She's angling it to cover the sun? Oh, okay. I don't see the hole for... I don't see where it would... I feel like it would be... The pole would be in the center, but I don't see any center pole. Well, it's gotta be somewhere. She can't hold it all day, that's for sure. The leg of the parasol is to the right side, the black stick. Wait, what? Oh, is she setting it up? Is she in the middle of setting it up? Pole is behind the seagull? No. What did... Oh, here! Oh, there it is. Okay, she's angling it. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. She's angling it. Here. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. I wonder what this is, then. I'm assuming that this is some weapon. That's her mace? I didn't know she had a mace. I only know her as a defender. I didn't know she had a mace. It's floaty, and she's putting it so she has the shade on her chair. I see, so she's adjusting it, and the stand is coming from here. Okay, okay, that makes more sense. The umbrella doubles as the shield? Well, that explains why it looks so crazy. That is wild. Defenders have weapons too? Okay, gotcha. What do we have here? Is this like a... Is this a slug? What is... Oh no, it's just a shell. Okay, the lighting made me think that it was a slug for a second, but I think it's just a conch shell. Oh, I love the angling. Like, her position here is to our eye level, but as you move here, the angling shifts downward so that we are sort of looking down at the drink and the bag. It's creating a little bit of a fisheye effect. I love the rendering in this tail because it has like just enough light and dark. It has just enough detail. I can tell that it's not like... Alright, it looks like the artist might have used the auto outline, which is used a lot for hair, so that would make sense. But the color separation is really good. This part right here in the center, where you sort of have to have the layers showing with the tail, this is not easy to do. This is not easy to do, and I really admire it. Also, the curvature of the tail is really nice. I really did not realize that she was a horse at first, because this tail, it's more voluminous than most horse tails that you see. It's really nice, though. Because this is closer to the main composition, I think the flowers are a little bit more detailed as opposed to in the gummy skin. Again, we have nice food. Did we grab these from Ifrit? Did we order this from Ifrit? Because I remember she had sausages here, and is that like is that like spaghetti carbonara? What do we have here? We have 2 drinks though. Well, no, wait, we have 1 drink, 2 drinks, and then a 3rd drink. Why do we have so many drinks? We have a drink here, we have a drink here on the table, and then we have another drink. I guess we're sharing. The seagull's gonna grab some of that? No! This seagull is like locked on to this food. This is sweet. Might have broken a few palm fronds when setting up our umbrella, but that's okay. Let's see here. The red petals with the deep blue, it's really nice, yeah. It's a great contrast, and then the petals come from these flowers here. That would make sense then why they are more detailed, I suppose. What? No, I was zooming in on the tail. Thank you very much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Silvus, thank you very, very much for subscribing. Oh my gosh, we're so close to 3K. I'm really trying to get there. Thank you. Maybe it was a good thing you didn't know how to zoom before. Why do you say that? I'm looking at tail rendering. What is wrong with you guys? Of course I love tails. I have 7. There are many foods and drinks, because canonically she hangs out with 2 other people. Don't know how far into the story you are, I won't tell you who. Fawns, I appreciate you not telling me who. I really do appreciate that. That is good to know. I like the little nod, but thank you for being so considerate. Alright, and then the beach chair is pretty standard. Oh no, it's not standard. That's a little bit different. The construction is a little bit different. A little bit more mechanical. Alright, I love the tail, and I love the way that the hair is rendered, too. This is... The hair feels really soft. The hair feels really silky. And the way it's sort of layered a lot, layered over each other, showing some transparent pieces, and showing some breaks in a really appealing way. I really enjoy how this is done. I think I was asking you guys earlier for references of characters that had hair that was a little bit curly like this. Not too curly, just a tiny bit, like beach waves. Ironically, yeah, this is basically beach waves. This is very, very well done for that. Yeah. It's just a nice, it's a nice piece, it's a nice expression. And it's a very nice composition. Her tail is about as big as the parasol. But it balances well. The colors balance really well. Alright. Tight-fitting, breathable, lightweight, and designed for the summer. I'm glad she can take a rest and a vacation. I love that for her. Alright. Next up is Rope! Where is Newbie when you need him? This is interesting. The composition is very simple. I can actually see the whole thing on this screen if I have to. There's bunnies on her head! There's a little bunny on her head! I love it so much! Oh, I have such a bias for any skins that have the chibi animals attached to them, associated with them. Oh, I love the little bunny! I love the little bunny, it's so precious. The seagull has returned from Neuro's skin to go to Rope's to try to get more food. This is sweet. This is a nice one. Look at the tiny little cottontail! Little cottontail here. Alright. Look at the cottontail. I love the cottontail. I'm zooming in on the bunny here. I love the bunny. I love the little bunnies here. Look how cute. Oh, also the little hair clips, earrings on her ears. I really like that. I can't tell if they're ear clips or earrings, but regardless, they're really cute. Run, little bunnies, the seagull is here. Bunnies can protect the ice cream, it's okay. Hippity hoppity, your ice cream is now the seagull's property! Fridge magnets for the ears. Fridge magnets, oh. Did she already eat a popsicle and is holding another ice cream? It does kind of look like that. No, well maybe it's like, maybe it's being used as like a spoon? Maybe it's being used as a spoon? Yeah, maybe it's for eating the ice cream with. Oh, there's pirouettes in there. Good choice, good choice. Sometimes they give it as a spoon for the ice cream? Yeah, exactly. Her ears are massive. Yeah, well, it works for the bunny. I love the little bunny on her head. It's so adorable. And again, it's very simple. It's very, very simply done. I can't tell if it's just, like, I can't tell if it's the resolution, but, it does feel like a lot of these artists use very textured pencils. Textured brushes. I'm noticing a lot of texture. It could just be that the resolution for the game is not as high as the resolution for the original illustration. But I do kind of feel like there's a lot of texture brushes being used. I like the swimsuit design. I like the little bow in the center. I like how it sort of comes into the center as like it's not just a bikini, it has like the extra fabric on the bottom, which creates a little bit more of a flowing movement. I like that a lot. I love the gradient hair color. Yeah, it's a really nice gradient hair color. Purple hair is hard to render. I've had a few commissions with characters with purple hair. It's not easy because you have to be so careful that you don't go too close to gray. Because purple and blue, my own as well, it's very hard to not accidentally end up painting gray hair. So I think they did a good job keeping it nice and vibrant. You should take a tally of how many beach skins have a seagull haunting them. Alright. I like how the bows are repeating on the sandals, and then there's the bow on the center, and then there's the two bows in her hair. It's a nice balance of bows. We've got hair bows, outfit top bows, and sandal bows. It's nice. Evil bunny? Guys, I didn't know the Stargazers started selling surfboards. Evil bunny, okay. It's a nice color scheme, though, I have to say. We gotta get some money for the cheese. It's in our nature, we can't help it. She's even losing coins? Oh no! Wait, she doesn't look too upset about that. Why does it feel like one of these coins is cut in half? This does not look like a tilted coin. This looks like a coin that got chopped. This looks like a sliced coin. Am I the only one seeing that? It looks like it's a chopped up coin. It's interesting how her grappling hook is sort of like wrapped around her leg. I feel like that was an interesting choice. And I like how this surfboard over here has a color balance with her hair. Kind of brings the whole thing together. You can tell it's a stiff kind of rope by how inflexible it is. Yeah, I did notice that. Because of how, like, how it's not directly hitting her skin, it's kind of going around it. It shows that it's like a very, very thick material and can't bend very easily. What? No, I'm saying that the coin looks like it's cut in half. I like the little motifs of the bunnies, of the butterflies, though. The butterflies are sweet. Just like random little butterfly motif to fill in the space. It's nice. And yeah, there's some nice color harmony. Again, with the hair and the surfboard, and then the beach ball and the ice cream and this surfboard. It's nice. It works nicely. Okay. Alright. Alright, Scotty, where is Sekko? Sekko's already on it. Sekko's already on it here. Alright. So from what I've heard with this skin is that Scotty can hit people with the orca plushie. Red orca plushie. That is so cute. She wields the plushie! I love it. I love it. The plushie gets a hat. The plushie gets to hold on to her hat. In the chibi, she uses the plushie to kill. Incredible. Oh, and it says, there's Abyss Hunters on the plushie. Interesting. Alright. Again, simple but works. Simple but works with the composition. Round and, gentle. I mean, aside from the deadly plushie. Calm, right? Round and calm. Plushie is an Abyssal Hunter. These are nice sandals. I like the patterning on the sandals. The sort of very thin bow here, and then it is sort of reflected in these thin pieces, and then complemented well with the gold. It's a good sandal design. Can't quite make out the swimsuit, but I like the ruffles on it. I like the frills. Again, really good rendering on the hair. I don't think I've seen any hair that has bad rendering, frankly. What would you say is going on with the jaggies and the skin outline? Where do you see that? Oh, here? Like, on the composition? I think it's meant to evoke, like, either shark fins or waves. We've got a few little seashells here, which is nice. Some really deep blue shadows against the sand, which is a very, very good color combo. We've got some nice fruity drink mixtures. A carton of milk. You know, normally I would say valid, can relate, except I feel like this is ugh. I feel like the beach is the one place that you would not want to bring milk. I feel like it would go bad really, really quickly on a beach. But also relatable. Understood. There's a danger sign attached to the umbrella. Same carton as in her casual outfit. She probably has a brand that she likes to stay consistent with. I can understand that. Why does the... Oh, there's little manta ray decorations in the umbrella. I feel like these would get caught in the spokes of the umbrella themselves. No? I feel like these would get caught. Her drink has a heart? It does! It has like a little curlicue heart straw. That's adorable. I was a milkaholic, I agree with Scotty. Heck yeah. I just feel like the beach is the one place where it would go bad faster. There's a shark danger sign in the background. This part right here. I couldn't tell where this was. It's cute, but I like the Scotty skin with her eating the apple in the fish-themed room best. Would have totally bought the skin if I got her. No, that makes sense. I feel like there's a lot more Easter eggs in that one that I can understand that you would find more amusing. Look at the little orca hair clip. I like the little orca hair clip. It's very cute. Not just the umbrella? Just flying fish. Wait, do you mean like naturally or... Oh! I thought they were decoration. No? Do we it's interesting that they're sort of blending in with the seagulls. Look to the right. What the heck? Just flying fish. Just fish. Flying fish everywhere. Okay. Sure, why not? Fish seagulls. Well, the shape of the fish kind of like blends back into the shape of the seagull. It's strange. They just follow her for some strange reason. Okay, sure. I'll go with that. Don't think about it? Noted. Won't think about it. Something tells me there's a reason to not think about it, so I will I will proceed to not think about it. What is that? Is that a tiny little butterfly? It looks so, like, random yet intentional. The sea Dorito! Is it me or does it look like some tiny little butterfly or moth? I don't think I can zoom in any further than that. No, it's just a... It's like a tiny little moth. The sea Dorito. I love the plushie. I think the plushie is super cute. It's well rendered for a plushie too. It's really hard to render plushies. I've had to render lots of plushies. They do a very good job at rendering plushies here. The shadows are on point for this material. It feels soft and squishy, which I feel like is not easy to portray in an illustration, is to make something feel soft and squishy like this, right? The sea Dorito implies the existence of sea Doro. Maybe a logo for the umbrella or a bug like you're guessing? See, I was thinking a logo, but I feel like it would be a lot larger, so it just sort of feels like a random moth. I agree with Vessa. I think I do prefer her other skin that just has, like, the infinite amount of, Easter eggs. Also, I'm a little biased towards Oct Order and ordering a hammer off of basically Amazon. I said hammer, I meant anchor. But it's overall still a very well-drawn skin, it's a very well-designed skin, and again, huge props for hair rendering. Hair rendering's not easy. Also, this pose is not easy. Drawing the hands kind of going up and above her head and then tying her hair back, tying her hair around. Yeah, that's not an easy position either. What is an anchor if not a water-type hammer? It's well designed, it's well balanced, and I like the frills here. Also, again, good color harmony. Blue and yellow, blue and yellow. Red here on the napkin, red here on the plushie. A little bit back with the glasses. Very good touches of sort of bouncing the color everywhere. And I really admire that. Hair whale tail. True, it is split like a tail. It is split like a tail. Alright. The swimsuit is tailor-made for Aegir beachgoers, allowing inhabitants of the sea to look dazzling on the sand. Nice. Oh, she's tapping her foot! Look at that! Look at the chibi! She's tapping her foot! That's so cute. She looks dazzling indeed. Alright. I need to do a quick BRB. I will return in just a sec, so if you need to take a break or get some water, or if you need to get some food, if the beach scenes are making you hungry, then go do that, and I will be right back. Need to have a better BRB screen, but please understand. Alright, are we back? Are we good here? Hello, hello, hello. I'm not trying to abandon anyone. Welcome back, hello. She left us to go get milk. I've returned faster than that would happen. Goodness. Alright. You got the milk. Yeah, might as well, considering the addiction with cheese as well, right? Alright, where were we? Stole it from Scotty? I would never steal from Scotty. I feel like that would be a really bad idea. But I might ask for brand suggestions. Alright. Anyway. Let us continue here. Alright. Province. Again! I am so happy with the tails here. Province with the fantastic tails. Province Queen of Mofu Mofu. Very valid, very understandable. I love the tail. I love the tail so much. Also, again, tail rendering. Fur rendering. This is a great reference for fur rendering. Province is great. I'm still hoping to find Province in recruitment at some point. Why is she... Is the crab grabbing her tail? No! It kind of would have been funny if the chibi had, like, a little flailing crab here. I think that would have been amusing. Not desirable, but amusing, admittedly. Hand-holding with crab. There are crabs on her tail? I don't see it in the chibi. But it would be funny. Alright. I love the pose. I love... You know what's really nice about this is the dynamic posture, the line of action. It's a very clear line of action where she has her head tilted and you can see it going down into this foot. It's a very, very strong line of action. It's very good gesture. This would be great for gesture drawing practice. That's what I need to do at some point. We need to do gesture drawing practice with these. See the whole thing here? Oh, there's two crabs! One's about to grab her tail and the other already did! Wait, did she oh no, there's three crabs. There's crabs grabbing her bag, crabs grabbing her tail, and crabs about to grab her tail. And this bucket was probably filled with crabs at one point. This bucket probably contained crabs. Again, I love the line of action here. I love the line of action with the foot, and then it continues curling into the tail. It has a little bit of little Fibonacci sequence going on, just slightly, which is silly to say in this kind of outfit, but it's true. The crabs hate her. Crab's only trying to do the crab rave and getting Province to join. But I love the rendering in this tail. I want to use this as reference for tail rendering. It's very good. What do we have here? What is in the cooler? Oh, okay. We've got soda cans, some sort of to-go foods. These seem kind of small, though. Well, maybe it's just perspective. Maybe it's a little bit farther away. She's an archer, right? Sniper. Sorry. Like, falling over my words a little bit. Whatever they are, the crab wants it, I guess so. So, okay, so we've got, the weapon in the bag here. There's a tiny little Province sticker on the cooler. Tiny little chibi Province sticker here. That's a good way to mark your property, I suppose. So yeah, we've got our weapon here in the bag. It's a simple skin, but it's nice. I guess this is where we're storing, arrows? Arrows on the hip here? On the thigh? She's heavy shooter. Her specialty is blowing up enemies who have already taken damage. Oh, interesting. Bolts? She uses a crossbow. Okay. I don't quite know too much about weapon variation yet. She has a crossbow, so her bolts are shorter. I see. That's clever. That's a clever way to keep it on you, is to have it on a thigh pouch. That's a really clever way to keep that on. Interesting swimsuit design. There's a lot of unnecessary cuts. A lot of unnecessary cuts in it, but okay, to each their own. But I do like the expression, I like the gesture a lot, and I love how the tail is rendered. This reminds me a little bit, the way that this is rendered reminds me a little bit of some artists that I used to follow, who had tutorials on tail rendering, and it's like, it looks kind of simple, but it's really not. There's a lot of individual shading on each tuft of fur. The sandals look solid. I disagree, they are completely necessary. Self-bonk. The tail looks like a skunk with that color? No, this just looks like a typical wolf or husky color variation, if you ask me. Because, this is husky coloring. Husky is curled with a dark top and a light bottom, and wolves are usually depicted the same way. That is why, whenever you have a wolf or a fox, if the tip is white, then it's usually supposed to be a fox, and if the whole bottom is white, then it's usually a wolf. Which is why sometimes when people mess that up in character designs, I get a little bit frustrated. Like, I love Spice and Wolf, don't get me wrong, but Horo is an example of your tail should not have a white tip, it should have a white bottom. It drives me a little bit crazy. Like, if you want to be a red-orange wolf, that's fine, but, like, your tail should not have a white tip then. So yeah, this immediately tells me that it's a wolf tail or a dog tail. Wolf in this case, but it's not vulpine and it's not a skunk. The shooter. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah, it's overall like a nice, relaxing design, and again, I think that the line of action and dynamic pose is the strongest part of it. I feel like each skin has a clear strength, and I think in this one, it is the posing. Alright. Comfortable, relaxed, breathable, and lightweight. Allows you to enjoy a perfect beach experience and absolute relaxation. I love it. Very nice. Okay. Alright. Silver Ash. Dang! Okay, this is a really, really nice color scheme right off the bat. Right off the bat, it is very, very nice coloring. Oh wow, I love the chibi. I love the chibi with the coat having so much movement, bonus with our chibi falcon as well. This is a really, really nice chibi. I love the hat with the giant feathers coming out of it. And the illustration is really good as well. Let's see, we've also got Matterhorn and Courier. Courier is here too. Oh, this is nice. First things first that I can see right off the bat is the bright, bright, bright sun, intense color of the sun. It's not easy to paint something that is lit from the back, and I think they do a great job. It gives a afternoon or twilight feeling, which I think is very well done. Let's see if I can, okay, there we go. I feel like some of these compositions where it's just sort of rounded is just basically like a really good way to just show off as much of the environment or scenery as we can. It kind of has the same composition as the Suzudun skin, where it's just like we want to show off as much of the background as we can. So, vague, circular imagery, go. I like how it does match with the rocks, though. The cliff crag of the rock matches with the edge of the skin. That's nice. Matterhorn and Courier, the boys are having fun. Yeah. I love this outfit, though. Love the sword. Always admire how the tail is done. The bright light here, coming through in the twilight, or, sorry, the afternoon, that afternoon color scheme, going from a very, very dark bronze to almost pure white is really good. Kind of see that here as well. Very deep, deep, deep shadows, and then pretty much painting with pure white at the edge. There's a lot of this sun-kissed glow environment about the whole thing. There's a tiny bit of pink in the clouds, so you can tell that it's later in the day. The whole illustration has this almost filter over it, this sun-kissed glow filter. Probably an overlay layer across the whole thing, just to get the feeling of that intense, beach sun. Love how all of Silver Ash's skins are a must-have to counteract the E2 art of him. I want to see another skin where we can still have the rainbow sword, but then with a different face, because I see what you guys were saying about the face, but I'm frustrated that it's the only way to see the rainbow sword. I want to see more of the rainbow sword, not just in the E2 art. My boy looks like a captain of 0 ships. I love Snoopy. It's a great color scheme though, between the underside of the coat having this lighter color, which allows it to contrast with the dark color of the pants and the dark color of the top of the coat. It's really good. All right, zoom in here. Tiny, tiny, tiny slug? We have a teeny, tiny, tiny slug here? That's what it looks like anyway. 2 tiny, teeny, tiny slugs. I can't tell. It looks like they are though, but they're so teeny tiny. Oh my gosh, tiny little beach slug. There's 3 of them. How many are there? There's 3. There's 3, right? There's a teeny one here, a teeny one here, teeny. Oh my gosh, are these like slug versions of Man of War? Because they kind of look like they would be Man of War, don't they? You can see that. It feels like they're supposed to be Man of War. So, like, don't step on them. Don't step on them, guys. Alright. Courier looks like he's, a little bit roughed up from the journey, but still having a good time. Matterhorn seems pretty confident. I like the armband and the trim on the pants are reflecting. Probably could have done the same on the socks here, but that probably would have been a little too matchy-matchy between the two of them. Oh, no, actually, oh, what? Oh, Red shirt, red sandals, gold trim, gold trim. No, actually, oh, that's good. That harmonizes really well. Why are we talking about tassels? Can we start adopting the slugs into the burrows? I feel like that's a bad idea. Never has Matterhorn's chin been more powerful. He's so- look at that absolute face of confidence. Alright, we got a telescope here. Oh, again, like, tiny little bit of red. Combine the red here. Red here. I like that a lot. And then the gold here and here. Again, contrasting with the coat. Coat's a little bit ripped on the- wait, this is interesting. The coat sleeve has a bandage around it, but not his actual arm. I guess that was to hold a Terra? Hmm. Interesting necklace, too. Kind of this star shape, morning star looking piece. And the falcon also has yellow, to, again, harmonize with this yellow band, that yellow band. It's a good amount of color harmony, and I love how much pink there is in the clouds to really show the time of day. Also, look at how these clouds are rendered. Look at the brush strokes for these clouds. These are great. It's us playing Sea of Thieves. Obviously, I'm Captain Silverash. Alright. Strongest piece in this, strongest element in this piece is the intense color scheme and the really good composition of 3 characters at once, all from a different angle, sort of has a bit of a panoramic feel, which is not easy to do. Not easy to do at all, but I think it's very well done. Alright. The material is light, breathable, and exquisite. It's been tailored to meet the needs of those inventive elites, although it is slightly damaged, but hey, who's counting? Okay. Wild Raito, hello, hello! Welcome in, welcome in! Thank you very much for the raid! Hope you have been well, thank you so much. No, you do not need to sound the alarms! You do not need to sound the alarms! You do not need to man the guns! Oh goodness. Oh no, look what you've done. But hello, Wild Raito, how are you? How was your stream? If you need to get up and get some food, get some water, do what you need to do, maybe grab a glass of milk, share it with Scotty. I hope you're doing well, thank you very much. Welcome in. You guys are not being very hospitable. You guys are not being very hospitable here. Where is your hospitality? Where is your hospitality, stargazers? And you think that I can trust you with slugs? And you act like this. They're not trying to take your cheese, guys. They're not trying to. Ask them if they like cheese. Twitch, YouTube is asking how you feel about cheese. Gifts for the raiders, you guys? You guys are terrible. Oh my gosh. The birthday bro says very cheese to meet everyone. That's no lie. Ignore the insanity that is YouTube. Okay, they're alright. They got the cheese puns, guys. You can put down the battle armaments. We accept their puns. We're having the Gouda time here, they say. There you go. They're doing cheese puns, let them in. Alright. Twitch has passed. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Alright. They passed for now? Let them in. Let them in. It's all good. They're all good. Hello, Twitch. I hope you are having a good day. If you would like to see more of these skin reviews, I do have a new video up going over the ones from the Masses Travels event. If you have any interest in that at all, feel free to join us on the YouTube side and check those out. Alright. Alright. Kaobe! Kaobe is next. Holy... That is a very intense composition. Wow, talk about what I was saying earlier with how things are drawn out. Goodness, Kaobe! This is still considered beach? Goodness. Very busy skin. Look at all the weapons. We're gonna have to go through all of those, if possible. Really interesting, again, really interesting, like, filter of orange lighting here. I feel like I would have moved her- oh, okay, a little bit of an artist nitpick. I probably would have moved her eye a little bit further over, but, you know, that's fine. Yeah, I would have moved, because eyes are supposed to be one eye apart, and this, it just needs to be moved a little bit. But dang, look what I was saying about the sharp composition, right? Wasn't I saying that earlier? With, like, your angled, intense composition when it's a very different idea. The derp face fits this op specifically, though. Alright. It's a really good color scheme, though. It's interesting how they are able to... Okay. The slashing effects make everything stand out. This has a slight Chonyu similarity issue with the skin, making it a little bit hard for the op to stand out. I can't tell if that's because of the weapons or because of the background or both. It blends in a tiny bit. I feel like... Yeah, I might have separated, like, her skin tone and the background are really, really similar. I probably would have colored it slightly differently just to make this stand out a little bit more. The bright orange helps. The bright orange does help. But it is getting a little bit lost. Somebody got lost in doing the details on this one. It's kind of too busy to really appreciate it. I'm losing focus looking at it. Yeah. Like, I understand what they are going for. But... It's like... It's better than I could ever draw. Let me at least put that out there. The artist can draw and render and be more precise than I ever could. But the color scheme is just not contrasted enough for my liking. This would be 10 times better if they removed the metal/rock debris from the background, so it was just sand. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, I understand why they're adding the metal and rock debris, but it does make everything look too close to the weapons. I agree with you. If they had made it just sand so the metal and rock debris did not get mixed in with the weapons themselves, then it would be easier to separate. I agree. I like the filter color, but it's just not separated enough from the character itself, as opposed to with Silver Ash, the filter did a great job in unifying everything. This made everything a little too similar. Who took her honey biscuits? She's blowing up the beach to get them back. I can't even make out too many of the weapons here. I know it's like a million different weapons. I'm trying to see, like, this almost looks like a pail of sorts. There's so much going on. There's so much going on. Yeah, it's hard to make out. We've got the axe. We've got... I can't tell what this is. I really want to like it, bar the face, but this ain't it. It's like, it's so well drawn, right? It's so well drawn. Like, look at the shoe. Like, just look at the singular shoe here, right? Like, the shoe is really well drawn. The weapons are really well drawn. All this detail, all the chains, the detail on the weaponry, the different pockets here, the color. The hair is really well done, too. You know, I keep pointing out, like, the wispiness of hair is hard to do. There are a lot of elements that are really good, but the face kind of throws things off, which is sad, because the face is the most important part of any op's skin, right? It's the main thing people are gonna look at is the face. So, to have the face a tiny bit off really detracts because the face is the most important element. And then the background being really hard to read also creates an unfortunate situation. I think that the jacket and the pants here are saving the piece. The jacket is holding on as much as it is in the actual skin itself. It's like... There's so many elements that I know I would not be able to do myself. And I do have to give the artist credit for how well everything is drawn, how technically well everything is drawn. But then there's just some pieces that are just unfortunate detriments to what could have otherwise been a really, really good skin. Summer Flower Series brings out a girl's figure and physique using all natural materials. Pursue the summer's hottest trend. Also, I feel like if your clothing is falling off and ripping, it might not be the best promotional image to use in your fashion catalog. I'm just saying. Like, if the clothes are getting torn apart, it might not be your best form of advertisement. Just saying. It's high fashion, you wouldn't understand. Fair enough. It's like when we rip our jeans intentionally to look like that we've worn them out. Okay. That's hello. That's just what Kabe does to her clothes, not the manufacturer's fault. I know, but it is also the promotional advertisement. So, anyway. Alright. Croissant. Croissant. Okay. Croissant, let's see here. See, this does a better job with the same kind of color scheme. This, I can actually see the operator, and her hair is creating a great contrast with the blue and peach sky. This one is so cool, it's like Desert Mechanic. Yeah, this is a nice one. This was the skin that started you on the path of I have to buy skins. Really? Yeah, okay, that's fair, that's fair. What? Like, okay, how did you get to the point of, like, I really want this one to I really need all of them? Also, Snowfox, hello. This is a really good, okay, I'm just showing the other one briefly real quick because this is a good comparison. The Kaobe skin and the Croissant skin have similar color scheme. It's intense, it's intense sun, it's intense orange, it's intense desert vibes. But Croissant has a very good, has a very good way of separating everything so that you notice her. And her face is very well drawn, and the parts that can take a back seat are doing a good job taking a back seat, and the parts that need to be shown are doing a good job being shown. The pop of green in this helps too. Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually... You mean like the army green or the foliage green? Because it's honestly, it's a pretty muted green. It's not like, it's not a direct takeaway, but green and orange do make good do make good contrast. It is so much clearer, yeah. It's so much clearer. And, but it's the same color scheme, so it shows you, like, how you could do. I feel like for every complaint I have about a skin, the skin right after shows either the polar opposite or the solution. And I think that's kind of amusing. The sky is the stark contrast for the background, something I unfortunately lacked. Yeah, very true, very true. Also, I'm doing well, Snowfox. I'm currently doing, skin reviews here. Alright. Alright, definitely in the desert. We've got a little bit of, bones here. There is a water source, that's always good. Big, intense motorbike here. This does not look like it was done with a 3D model. You know how sometimes I've said, like, oh, I can tell they use a 3D model and then painted over it? This, I do not think had a 3D model. I think this one was drawn from scratch. It seems as if the artist made the skin in the shadow gives the color of the afternoon sun. Yeah, we were saying the same with the Silver Ash one, right? Like, having the skin in the shadow does a good job making this sun itself look a lot more intense. It's very, this is a nicely done motorbike. It looks like it has teeth. It has little teeth elements here. Also a bit of a broken horn. Was this like... This almost has like a weird sarcasm imagery. I mean, obviously that doesn't make any sense, but the teeth, the broken horn, and the light kind of looking like an eye, it's like weirdly sarcastic looking. That is strange. It's like either she would have stolen it or she decorated it to be more intimidating. I love how the face is drawn here. Is this the same artist as Exusiae? Because the drawing of the face feels similar to Exusiae. Yes, it is. I can tell. I can tell. This is absolutely the same face. Yeah, it works really well. It's a really good style. Exusiae's artist draws faces very well. No, I wouldn't say it's same face syndrome. I mean, okay, some people would say it's same face syndrome. I personally don't. I say it is a recognizable style that is solidly built. That is my personal opinion of that. I know people always say, oh, anime is, like, filled with same face syndrome, but you know what? I feel like it's okay for the anime medium. Hot take, I don't think there's anything wrong with anime same face syndrome. I don't. I feel like anime itself, like the foundation of the anime face basically being off a cat face, is going to look similar, and then someone's art style for that is going to look similar. It's not like we're doing Marvel Comics where everything is semi-realistic, so you have to show the different proportions of people's face that make different characters look visually separate. The things that separate anime characters are like crazy hair, animal attributes, insane clothing. We don't need the subtlety of face structure as much in anime. And if they're all based on cat faces anyway, a lot of cat faces look very similar too, let's be honest. So, hot take, I really don't mind it. But overall, it's a really good skin because it adds great contrast where it matters. The sky is so simple, it's basically just a single gradient, and it allows all the detail in the face and hair to be seen front and center, and it is a good job. Everything else in the shadow is not as important, so it can sort of take a back seat, but it's still highlighted where it needs to be. Top of the container right here, showing where the weapon starts, different elements here of like the shielded area and the bike taking a second stage. I think it works. I think it's a solid skin. Also, the composition of this sort of semi-random looking shape feels like it is pointing in the direction she is looking, and I like that a lot. I understand your viewpoint, though I would like to see some experimentation for variety's sake. Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. And like older, like 80s or 90s anime is going to have more of that for sure. But I think that in an artist's defense, I think that anime artists don't always need to be told, like, oh, everything you draw looks the same. Because you know what? A lot of artists really are constantly trying to achieve that, right? Like, I'm trying to find my style. I'm trying to discover my style. This artist is very confident and comfortable, and I can tell in the way they draw. And they have found their style. And I'm proud of them for it. Okay, Meteorite. This one is intense. This one is very intense. Wow. This feels like... This gives me, like, Farquaad's Castle vibes. Wow, okay, there's a lot of, like, molten, volcanic... Wait, was this... Oh... Was this, Act 1 in Chernobog? This feels like this might have been from Chernobog, when she was with, Frostleaf. Her hand is Deadpool style cut off? What do you mean by that? She's extending her hand. She's a merc? Could be anywhere? I don't know what you mean, but I don't know what you mean. She has one hand extended and the other hand holding... I'm not sure what. Do you mean, like, visually it's harder to see? Because it's conflicting a little bit with the weapon? It's a perspective thing. Yeah, I mean, the perspective is... Yeah, if you're extending your hand, I would probably have drawn the hand a little bit bigger. I agree. If you wanted to make it look more like it was extending. The foreshortening is a little off. Yeah, I agree. Oh, now... Oh! Tiny baby hand. Now I understand what you were saying with Deadpool. I didn't know what you meant with Deadpool. Now I get it. Yeah, yeah. If you're going to do perspective, you have to make the part facing the viewer slightly larger. I mean, it's hard, right? Because you want perspective, but on the other hand, you are also trying to work with this fully, showing so much of the background in the environment. So it's hard to show the background in the environment and show perspective because perspective insinuates that you're really close to the character. And you can't have perspective insinuating you're really close to the character if the character is so far away to show the environment. Do you see what I mean? The intent of what you want to do is going to clash. If the hand is extending to the viewer, it shouldn't be smaller than the other hand. I do agree, yes. I definitely agree. You have to make it larger. Because if you're going to be doing foreshortening, even if you don't do extreme foreshortening, you do still have to show that it is larger. But it's hard because foreshortening implies that you are really close to the viewer. Or to the subject. And in trying to show the burning buildings and the, crackling of the earth and showing the, lava and originium slugs coming from the center, you're going to lose that ability to show perspective. So if we ignore the hand, I actually really love how the environment is depicted. I think that the craggy rocks kind of spiking out from the silhouette, I think that the bright, intense oranges in the back of the buildings to show that they are burning, the sort of earthquake cracks in the ground that shows that molten color, and how everything kind of looks like it's not on a main street, it's on a side street. And it sort of seems off to the side a little bit, right? Like, you don't look like you're staring at town square. You look like you are staring at some sort of back area. There's still an open space here, so it still could be in the town center. But the positioning of the buildings and the positioning of the rocks, it does a good job finding that balance. I think that working with these colors, working with like the smoke, and then having her outfit with the intense yellows reflecting on that fire, I think is actually really well done. You guys know personally that I'm somebody who works a lot with color, but for a skin that does not use a lot of color, for a skin that is pretty much only using black, gray, and gold and orange, this is very well done. It feels smoky, it feels hot, it feels like the aftermath. And I love the highlights on the spiky, on the spikes of originium, the blades sticking out of the ground that probably fell from the catastrophe. It's a very, very good color scheme. It feels bleak, it feels burning, it feels smoky. And it's interesting, again, right? In terms of, like, do you get the impression versus are you rendering it? The building here in the background, like, each individual window is not rendered, it's just sort of flashes of paint. There's a little bit of texture here, there's a little bit of, like, airbrush texture. But it's just flashes of color, flashes of paint, and by making them all sort of different, it does look a little bit like the windows have been smashed through. So nothing is very even, nothing is very contained. The intense storytelling feeling that I get from this piece, I actually really, really admire. Yes, I would have changed how her hand looks. Yes, I don't think that it quite delivered the perspective that it was going to. But in terms of focusing on the environment of this very intense situation, I actually think that this is probably one of the best backgrounds in a skin that I've seen. I am not kidding. The background of this skin is definitely the winner in terms of what makes the skin work. And the intense feeling, the intense jaggedness, the size of the buildings in how they are brought backwards from that haziness, feeling really large in this piece. It's extremely well done. And this is not my bias of color scheme, this is not my bias of subject matter. this is just very, very good. So, I'm sorry, Meteorite. I do think that the background takes more precedent over you in this skin. But of how the background is done, it tells its story. It doesn't worry about how detailed everything is, because it's not about the detail, it's about the feeling, it's about the emotion, it's about showing the destruction. And it does it beautifully. Alright. Raytheon Industrial's new products line is based upon standard issue battlesuits, utilizing new materials and a weatherproof design suitable for harsh environments. The thing with Toki is they're really good at backgrounds and robots, but should never be allowed to draw human characters. That's so sad, because the backgrounds are beautifully, beautifully done. But yeah, it's hard to balance everything. Okay, this one is for THLPH. So we finally can review a silent skin here for you. Okay. Alright, let's see here. She looks nervous about something. Let me see the whole thing, because the preview was hiding a lot of the UI. You sent a throne earlier to buy the skin? Why did you do that? Oh my gosh, you sent a throne to buy the skin? You're crazy. Alright, let's see here. Okay, I like the, I like the different composition here. It's not as intense as the previous one, where everything was literally on fire. But, I do still like how, the composition sort of still shows the rubble, but in an aftermath way that is a little bit calmer, which would make sense for a medic. Not everything has to be, like, on fire on the battlefield, but this is more of, like, taking care of, you know, if you can find anyone in need of help. So the colors are a little bit calmer, which I like. There's an intense amount of yellows and golds here. And I think they contrast well with, like, there's, like, caution and warning signs everywhere, and it's also on her jacket. So it gives that sense of, like, immediate attention. Caution? Yes, very much caution. It feels like she's coming out of the rubble and the sun is allowed to shine on her face. Like, after hard work, hard job, hard day, there's sort of this light at the end of the tunnel feeling where she has, like, there is sunlight here, which is nice. I don't know too much about her drones, but I like how the drones are also colored to match her here. Lots of different medical supplies, lots of preparedness. Interesting combination of, like, yellows and greens, matching everything here. Remember the other silent skin, by the way, you got for free? Yeah, I do. I do remember that. I can't do reviews of skins earned through events because there was all kinds of text over the whole thing, but I think at some point we might do that. We might do, like, skin reviews for skins obtained in other ways. Those rock formations remind me of Originium pillars, and yet she isn't wearing the face mask. Yeah, that's a good point. They don't feel as sharp, though. I mean, aren't the Originium pillars usually extremely sharp? This actually just feels like regular rubble. Because the Originium pillars are usually like a jet black, right? And this is a little bit more cut through. And it's a little lighter. It doesn't... I mean, maybe it is. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Maybe Aura Rock? Maybe. There's an outfit archive? Oh, that's true. You could always do it through the outfit archive. It's a very medic feeling skin between the colors and between all of the gear that she's very prepared with. She does have the mask if she needs to put it on. It is there. She can grab it if necessary. Actually, it feels like she's sort of surveying the area if she would need to, because isn't this like a meter of sorts? She's probably like trying to figure out how intense the situation is. That is the vibe I'm getting from this. No mask, so it still shows her face. It feels like she's debating. It feels like she's debating on how intense the situation is. I thought maybe at first she was finishing for the day, but maybe she's actually entering the scene and is sort of trying to assess the situation. It could be a situation like that as well. Man, this feels like it would be really heavy to carry everything. These do not look lightweight. This does not look lightweight. Should be really strong to constantly carry all of this equipment. And there's still there's all kinds of medical supplies in the rubble here. So she kind of seems like she was the second to enter the situation. I do like how they have the saturation on the shadows here. And again, there's a little bit of color play between not making everything the same color. There's some intense blues here, there's some intense cyans, there's some there's different plays of color in what looks like it's very, very whatchamacallit. It looks from afar that it's all one color, but there's actually a lot of variation in it. It seems so dusty here. It seems so dusty and smoky. The drone props look like CDs. I mean, I guess any propeller looks like a CD fast enough. Our coat texture really looks like tarp waterproof material. Yeah, a lot of the, well, it's also protective, right? Not just from rain, but from any sort of, situations that you would probably need in the field. You need something that is wicking and, non-absorbent. Zoomers don't know CDs used to fly. She definitely looks like she is sort of... I think that she does look like she is assessing everything and trying to figure out how to deal with the next situation at hand. Alright, here. Let's see. Alright, there's a lot more description here. Raytheon Industrial's new product is fully sealed and made with special fabrics that are resistant to even the harshest environmental conditions. See? You'd have to make it resistant to everything. Its dustproof design, okay, that explains the raincoat material, is suitable for researchers who enter and exit dangerous areas. That's pretty much what I was saying, right? Like, she's either entering or exiting, she's either assessing or leaving. And she would have to have this material on, especially from, dust. That makes sense. She does have a mask if she needs it. She does seem like she's trying to survey the area and see what she needs to do. She loves wearing shorts. She even wears clear lawn pants. Silence is pretty. Drones look good with these skins. The drones do look good. Yeah, I agree. All right, hang on a sec. Let me check something really quickly. All right, you weren't kidding. THLBH, is it this skin or is it another skin? I don't know how many skins Silence has. It's this one? Okay. The skin, there's another? Do you have a preference between the two? I did get the free one. We get there when we get there. Okay. Alright, you win. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, THLPH. Alright. And there we go. Right on stream for you too. Right on stream for you as well. Okay. Now I just have to see where we can go in recruitment. Time to pull her. I've been trying to use all the tags. I've been trying. Don't get me wrong. I've been trying all the tags. All right. Let's see here. And you do that with thrown gifts when BB skin? I suppose so. You got really lucky from it? You pulled 2 6 stars and 1 10 pull. Vessa! I thought Exusier had already blessed you with enough luck. Jeez. I do not trust that I would be as lucky. I need to do what I can for Posey. I told you the luck doesn't run out unless you think it does. It's coming back way later anyway. No need to think about that, Star. Just me being silly. Okay. You got Reed Medic? Congratulations! I love Reed so much. Love Reed Alter. Favorite. 99% of gamblers quit right when they're about to win it all. Look, I had... And you can't stop a hot streak. I did not have a hot streak. I had Vendella cursing me. And Usako got 3 top-up recruits in a month. Yeah, true. Then you're not trying to pull Abyssal Hunter? What do you mean? I mean, I'm balancing whatever tag I see that goes with the op that I'm trying to get. I'm trying to balance it between Reed slash Kiev, Scotty, but that's top op, so I can't predict that one. And Silence, which is 5-star, and I've been trying to use the medic tag. And if I can't get Scotty, I'm also trying to use guard and melee tags for Spectre. So I've been trying, guys. Trust me. A hot streak of neglected cute Kato is a streak. I complained about Usako getting the 3 top op and immediately got Surtur in a single 10 pull. Jeez. Well, okay, look, at some point I need to debate it anyway because I'm going to need gold certs in some form or another, and if banners guarantee a 5 or higher star, then that is at least more gold certs. That is better to obtain than, 4-star single gold certs. But yeah, anyway, let's not focus on that right now. This is the skin I use for silence over the free one. If I use her, she's wearing the right clothes for battle. Ah, so you like to have the battle ready skin on. Is that basically it? Not as crazy as one Mizuki cosplayer that got 6 stars in a 10 pull at a con. Everyone was gathering around to get photos and videos of their phone. Jeez, I think you would have a better time winning the lottery. Goodness, that is crazy. Also, the fact they were in Mizuki cosplay is hilarious. 6 stars seems like it wouldn't even be possible with the game's programming. It really doesn't. It's a historic moment. It's the power of Mizuki. Alright. Next is Jessica. Oh, jeez. Jessica, my goodness. Alright. I feel like the past few skins were basically battle aftermath, essentially. Yikes. Mud Mini. Oh my gosh. That's, wow. How does Jessica have an armor skin but not Mudrock? That's a great question. This is kind of spooky. This one's kind of spooky. Alright. I feel like they were all on the same mission, or at least a similar one. So, well, no. What are we dealing? We're dealing with radioactivity here. So previously we were... So for Meteorite, we were dealing with, fire and charred rubble, and then with Silence, we were dealing with probably looking to see if there was anyone else, and then Jessica is just straight up in radioactive land. Okay. Radiation ghost cat, that's so crazy. That is crazy. Okay, I don't know what causes things to be radioactive. I don't know if that's later. I don't know if that ever shows up. That is strange for sure. Schrodinger's cat? Is that what it's is that the reference? Is that it's supposed to be like Schrodinger's cat? That is so wild. This has like such a... There's so much room for carrying stuff here, but I can't even imagine what you're carrying in this situation. With a shovel or... Like, what the heck? Radioactive green glow with a cat, I guess so. I mean, it very well could be. Makes sense. Have you seen Silence's other outfit? It's from Vignette, so it won't show up in the store. Yeah, we got it last stream, I think. This makes me reevaluate the skin. Why? Because Schrodinger's cat. Because Schrodinger's cat is such a fun idea. In pop culture, in science, in reference of theory. Let's see here. What would you even be carrying with this much? I mean, I feel like if you're carrying this much, you would have to be a medic, but I don't know what Jessica's doing. And the cat protective mask is interesting. Schrodinger's Jessica. A Jessica alive in the armor or dead. Time to unbox. Goodness. If the cat is explicitly a ghost now, we know how the experiment turned out. Looks like bomb diffuser armor? Oh, that would make sense. I don't know as much about sci-fi, tactical gear, weapons, or things like that, so I might need some of you guys' help sometimes to distinguish things. I feel like there's not a lot going on in the background. It's a very simple composition. And I'm confused by a lot of it. I'm personally not a fan of this one, just because it's a little spooky to me. It doesn't have it has a color scheme that is not really my favorite. And it's a little bit too much crazy amount of armor for me without being Mudrock, so I'm not personally the biggest fan of it, but I can understand why some people would think it's very cool. It's definitely interesting. Again, you know, like all the skins that I don't necessarily think are my favorite, I can't deny that every single skin is very well drawn. A lot of this tactical gear would be annoying to draw, but I think they did a good job with it. I do like the little ghost cat. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting idea. I think the folds here are still really good. These folds for heavy material, heavy protective material, I think they did a really good job on the folds. I feel like this mask needs to cover a little bit more. It almost feels like it's slightly too small for her face. Is that just me? I feel like a protective mask needs to... I mean, I guess it's so that if the hair is in the way, then it's not creating any gaps. Which does make sense from a technical perspective. You don't want any gaps if you're wearing a face mask like this, so your hair could create air gaps. But I do still feel like it is a bit too small, personally. Alright, let me see. You know what really annoys me about this one? Okay, Vessa says, the suit is clearly meant to deal with radioactive material, but her head isn't fully covered. Too much suspension of disbelief. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's like, it doesn't feel like there's enough there. You see there's plastic above the mask, like above the ears? Above the ears. Plastic above the mask? I don't see any plastic. I see her headband. I'm not sure what you're seeing. I don't see any plastic above the ears. I don't know. I understand why it's so iconic, and I understand why people who would have Jessica in their team would like this skin. Yeah, it's not my personal favorite, but it is very well drawn. Alright. An extremely durable product designed by Raytheon Industrial, made for the harshest of environments. With the perfect combination of advanced technology and rare material, it provides the best protection that money can buy. Okay. Best protection that money can buy. Noted, rich cat. Alright. Nightingale. Very, very different feeling here. Alright, Witch Feast. So we've got a Halloween skin. I don't know about that, just got scammed with a mask. Nightingale. Nightingale was the operator that I did the speed paint of, isn't it? I'm still trying to figure out names. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of detail here. So let me first look at the overall composition. I really like the frames here. Like, the literal frames, the literal framing of the piece. Different frames, and then there's, like, scrolls of text. the wrapped up deer is an interesting decoration for Halloween. And then there's like, okay, there's definitely a lot of details and Easter eggs, but overall, the composition of the piece itself, the darker floorboards mirroring with the picture frame, I think is done really well. And then the light and candles in different areas, sort of that darker wood and lighter candle is a good balance. All right, let's see the details here. There's a little creature on her lap with a pumpkin head. Someone that THLPH knows, perhaps. And only one full wing and a little bit of a damaged wing, but then there's a feather that I noticed here. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. The feather looks like it's cutting through the... Oh, wait, no, that's intentional. That's a sword. That's a sword. The feather is cut through the sword. Okay, dang. I have to be careful. There could be story elements that I don't know. There seems to be, like, there could be a lot of symbolism. So I have to be careful here. I have to be careful. It seems like there's a lot of symbolism. Gotta watch myself here. There's definitely someone that THLPH knows, though. Alright, there's a black flower in a Beauty and the Beast-like glass. It's Originium? It kind of looks like a flower, though. Something I can't read, and then followers. Something I can't read. Followers. Are you sure it's not a staff? No, I can very clearly see that this is a very standard sword hilt. And they're dancing. The board floor slamming under the hooves and the swords, shining hideously over their blood-stained cloaks. He says he will wipe them all out from Sarkaz. He never rests. He says that he will never die. Interesting. That probably means something to you guys. I don't need to know it right now. I don't need to know it right now. But that is interesting. There's nothing here. Interesting. Okay. I love the composition of the piece, I do have to say. It's a very good composition. I like the sleeves. I like the Victorian details in the sleeves. I am a fan of Victorian details like this. If you're someone who likes this operator, I think this is a very solid skin. I think this does a good job here. There's a lot of confusion in the tattered fabric folds. And all the belts and buckles overlaying it. But it's overall well done. And her design itself looks pretty. Her hat is very nice. I'm curious about this creature with the feather through the sword, but I also don't think I'm meant to. I only sold her the pumpkin. I don't know what she does. Oh, you sold her a lot of pumpkins, that's for sure. Oh, there's a giant pumpkin in the back here. Look at this gigantic pumpkin. We got, like, decent-sized pumpkin, pretty big pumpkin, and then gigantic pumpkin. County fair-sized pumpkin here. Didn't buy the Live 2D one, because I love the skin so much. It is a really nice design. It is really graceful, Victorian, Gothic. It does a lot of things right. A lot of the color harmony, separation of light and dark does a good job. Nothing really seems to get lost. And Nothing is entirely clear. Like I was saying earlier, I really do like the picture frames. I think that they add good space with things to sort of build up the whole idea. Victorian dresses had a metal cage to keep the bell form. We can now just see the dress skeleton, I guessed. Yeah, that's true, that's true. A real pumpkin. There you go. Yeah, I don't know if it has any... Oh, and there's also chains here. Wait. There's also chains. This thing that says, followers. They have chains on the end. Sort of like a being held down element. Okay. She doesn't necessarily seem upset. But I can't really tell. Followers and chains. Okay. Clearly something very significant there. I don't think I can read the smaller text. There is smaller text, but I'm not gonna dive into it. Overall, it's very, very nice design. Nice skin. The skin is full of Bloodborne reference? Really? I've never played Bloodborne, so I wouldn't know, but I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, it feels like there's maybe a lot of Bloodborne references and a lot of character references. And I will get to it when the time comes, I suppose. But overall, great color scheme, great light and shadow, great contrast of light and dark, and great composition here with the framing. I think it's overall very, very solid, well done skin. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. An outfit tailored for Nightingale. Who is the one who sings? What language is it in? Whose dream do I see and whose death do I see? Interesting. Very interesting. Also, it is a very good chibi, yeah. The tattered dress looks really nice here. I kind of, considering how many pumpkins there are, I kind of wish that there was a pumpkin somewhere. But I guess it wouldn't fit. Her summons are pumpkins? Incredible. Alright. Alright. Warfarin. Let's see. I like the dynamic movement in this. I like the dynamic movement in this a lot. Sort of this almost tornado effect going on here. And it looks like we're in a cemetery, because we can see headstones here. Is that a... I have to zoom in here. I like the dapper hat. I'm a big fan of the dapper hat. This is interesting because this is such a limited color palette. It's all like warm grays, black and white, and red. So it does a very good job with its limitation in the color palette. Let's see here. A little container that's casket shaped. That's funny. Alright. We've got little bats flying around here. Some, alright, Rhode Island records of some sort. Different syringes. Okay, that is a heart. I was wondering if that was a heart. That is indeed a heart. Huh. I don't know what these papers are for. But there sure are a lot of them, and you probably shouldn't be letting them fly away this easily. Void would love it? True. Oh, that's interesting. This is supposed to be like a green grass, but because of the color scheme, they made it purple. job applications. Love the stitching on her leg. Yeah, that's an interesting touch. Is this why I feel no beating in my chest? She took it, I guess. Ah, there's like some weird artifacting on the lines here. I can't tell if that was an intentional effect or not. Even the pumpkins look a little sad. It's a good use of a limited color palette, though. And it's a really good use of perspective and direction. This, like I was saying, this sort of twister tornado looking thing, and then we're clearly at a viewpoint where we are looking up at her. So our line of sight is about here, I would say. And then everything else shows this superiority in her position, in her pose. I love the red roses in the hat. I love the dapper hat. It's so nice. She's holding the posy contracts and the tornado above her is taking it from you. Yikes. Warfarin's signature look of superiority. She definitely has confidence here. She definitely has confidence. I find it funny to be looking up at her. In my mind, Worf is like 4 feet tall. Those are blood vessels from the heart that hanging forming the tip of her staff. I did notice that. Yeah, they're sort of like flipped around. But yeah, she definitely does not look small in this piece. This piece is definitely supposed to be intimidation factor. Between the scary blood-red syringes and the heart and the blood vessels and this bat-themed staff here, it definitely has this sense of superiority. I also love how the trees and her hair are kind of creating this wild stroking streaks, wild branches, wild hair strands. Also, wild effects of wind and gust and that crazy tornado. But again, this is a great lesson in how to work with a limited color palette, because the only thing that is not white, black, or red is the pumpkin. I think that's kind of amusing. The only thing that's a different color in this entire piece is the pumpkin. Everything else follows pure black, white, or red. Or, like, warm gray, but you get what I'm saying. Well, faint purple plants. Okay, yeah, it's like the highlight is purple, which is interesting because, you know, purple and orange being opposite. Or close to opposite, anyway. Wait, I forget now. Blue? Yeah, blue's opposite orange, purple's opposite yellow. So, still close, but they're also, like, this could be seen as black, if not for the fact that you have that tiny little highlight here. I like the little staff design with the bat. I think that's funny. And then, like I said earlier, I do like the bag here, having, like, this coffin shape in the bag design. Also the roses that are reflected here on the bag and also on the hat. We've got a nice earring here as well. Nice earring design. I love this almost magician-like attitude with the hat and the cape and the wings flaring out. There is sort of this magician feeling to the whole piece. Overall, it's a really good composition. I kind of wish I could see a little bit more. I can see a lot because of the strong reds and the strong blacks. I do slightly wish I could see a little bit more contrast between her and the background. It's not as bad as other ones we've seen, But I would want to push it just a little bit more. Magician Medic. For my next trick, I will make your pain disappear. There you go. I just love the skin so much. No, not biased. It is really well done. It is very, very well done from a composition perspective. From a composition point, from a perspective point. It is a very well done skin. The rendering is simple. It uses a lot of flat colors. It uses a lot of gradients. But the direction and the chaos and the movement is very good. The skin is so good. It was the first one I ever bought. You know, that is one thing that I do want to ask people, you know, sometimes when we're doing these. What is it that draws your eye to certain skins that you purchase? Like this one. Why did you choose to buy it? That kind of thing. Hello, Ryan. Welcome in, welcome in. No idea, just buy all the skin. Alright, Witch Feast series. A custom-made outfit for Warfarin that incorporates holiday designs with sarcasm motifs. The designer personally embellished this outfit with plenty of jewelry. Yeah, we did notice with the earrings and the roses and everything. I like that. Also, this is a great chibi. This is a fantastic chibi. I can understand just buying the skin for the chibi. The skin overall is very good on its own, but the chibi is really great too. Alright. If I have the unit, and I use the unit, and think that a designated skin looks better than the normal art, you tend to go for it. Arknights feels really generous with skins, and I buy them pretty liberally. That's fair, that's fair. Swear I heard her 3 times say this was the first skin you bought, welcoming a new person, and pumpkin bias. I feel like I'm on a loop. Rolko skin makes no sense for a vampire. Don't like the palette. Fair enough. His dad was stuck in Groundhog Day. We'll never know. Good skins make me use operators more often, like the new Minar skin. That's fair. Yeah, the Minar skin is really good. Alright. Back to newbies bias here. Alright. Next up is Witch Feast Cruise. This one is fun. This one is just silly. Crocodile. This one is fun. If THLPH doesn't have this one, I don't know what to think. Hydration check? Thank you, MG. I appreciate it. Pumpkinhead is silly cute. It is. Crew's just like me, for real, for real. Pumpkinhead bunny. You have the skin and you're using it? There you go. See? That makes sense. That makes sense. The attack animation is her yeeting candy at you. I love it. Goodness. This is so, like, this is just silly fun. She looks like she's having fun. She looks like she's at some kind of, like, she kind of looks like she, oh, let me see. There's a scarecrow, there's tombstones, and then there's a castle. But they're probably decorations, because it looks like she's having fun. Do they have carrot candies? I mean, some people think that carrots taste like candy, so I don't know. Little tiny bunny keychain. Alright, let's look at this one. It's a very simple but effective background. I love the simple but effective backgrounds where it looks like the operator is just sort of standing in their environment and it allows the operator to show their entire design. Again, it feels like similar to the Courier skin, where I keep saying that it's very approachable. I think that it's a very approachable skin, in terms of, like, if you had to redraw this, right? She just looks like she's having a lot of fun, though. She just looks like she's enjoying Samhain. It looks like it's from Samhain. If there's candy everywhere, it's probably Samhain. So we've got cute little bunny keychain here. We've got little Jack Skellington looking brooch. Little pumpkin bunny skeleton mixture details on this cape. And little hair ties with toy skeletons and a little skeleton hair clip. So she's very, very dressed for the season. And tiny little bunny skeletons on her shoes. There's so many different little bunny skeletons. Okay, for a second I was like, how are you doing that? And then I realized people fake these all the time. That's clever. That is clever. Samhain callback? Stars truly Terra pilled now? I mean, Samhain is a thing, though. Samhain is still a thing. Samhain's not just Lundman tradition. The Franken ankles. Samhain goes beyond Lundman. I love how she has the arrows going through the pumpkin, but then there's also candy through the arrow. Oh, geez. There's also a not pumpkin on here, too. Also with arrows in it. Bruce, what are you doing? Candy is falling from out of her hat. True. Not the best place to keep your candy. I think the one on the back is also a pumpkin. It does not look like- that does not look like a pumpkin. That one's a pumpkin. This one is clearly a pumpkin. This one is pumpkin. That is not a pumpkin. That's not a pumpkin. Her tap animation in the base makes candy fall out of her pumpkin head. Oh, goodness. At least she's having fun, though. Despite the fact there's arrows in every pumpkin. There's so many arrows in all the pumpkins. She's using the pumpkins for target practice. It's a pumpkin on top, across gravestones, I think? No, that... Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. This looked like a helmet to me. The shape of this looked like a helmet, but no, I see what you're saying. If that's the cross, and it's like stabbed through the cross. Forgive me for thinking that that looked like a helmet. It does not look as pumpkin shaped, honestly. She thought it was a witch doctor. It just looked a bit odd, okay? It just looked a little odd. But I'm glad she's having fun. I love the little keychains and details. I love the little decorations in her hair. I love the little tie for the cloak here. She's got kind of like a cowgirl's shirt here, which is interesting. Oh, I love the deep cyan in the shadows there. That's really well done. These gals single-handedly keeping my business alive. THLPH being like, Cruce Nightingale, do we need any more pumpkins to celebrate? Please, I have discounts just for you two. Overall, it's really cute. I love how muted the background is and how bright and cheerful and happy she is. Like, all the bright colors just in her face. It's cute and fun. She looks like she's having fun. Witch Feast, an outfit that Chris designed for herself. She designed her own outfit? That's adorable. In addition to being fashionable, it incorporates some mechanisms to assist her with her magic tricks. Is that why the candy's falling out of the hat? It's a magic trick? It's a magic trick? I love that. I didn't know she could do magic tricks for Salin. That's really sweet. All right. Next up is Firewatch. This one screams Vesa. All right, let's see here. Aisling does not have the typical style that is my personal taste, but I know that this is 110% Vesa's personal taste. So let's see here. It uses a lot of muted subtle colors. But it does it well. One thing that I've noticed about Aisling's color scheme is they seem to use some very intense purples in the shadows, and the white is always an off-white, which gives a more muted tone to everything here. Those are some huge antlers. They're not that huge. What? They're not nearly as large as Viviana's. Quick, Vesa's back. We gotta move on, you guys. The ones on the ground. Oh, these. Oh, geez. I didn't even realize these were antlers. I thought this was, like, driftwood or something. I didn't realize these were also antlers. Goodness. Alright. This is an interesting pose. This is an interesting composition, interesting pose. You wouldn't really... What is she, like, putting on gloves? What is she doing here? She is putting on gloves. Okay. She's putting on gloves, and they have openings in the index and thumb. Interesting. Oh, I love this little detail of the frilled skirt showing through. The this tiny little, like, feminine element here with the frills. It's really sweet. Alright, lots of good tactical gear, lots of good preparation gear. Lots of belts and buckles and things. Definitely prepared everything. We got our crossbow here. I'm a bit confused by the bog. Oh. I don't know flower symbolism. Somebody else probably knows flower symbolism better than I do. But I like that detail here. There's a lot of good balance between the yellows. So the yellows of the gloves here, the yellow of the backpack. There's a nice yellow stripe in between on the dress, and it's also balanced back into the shoes here. Vesa says, I love her and we're going to run away and elope and live in the woods off the grid forever and ever. There's snowbells? Is there any significance with snowbells? I don't know flower significance as well. She needs to eat something, the legs are skinny. Bellflowers. I don't know if they mean anything. Again, this also seems like it would be really exhausting to carry around over time. The crossbows, the bolts, this entire thing here that I can't quite make out. I see the dagger, but I can't quite tell what any of this is. Alright, I see, what does it say? Can't make this out at all. I can't tell if this is like a drink or a spray paint or something completely different. I'm having a hard time making out the little details here. This looks like a portable radio, like for comms maybe. She does have like, okay, this is funny. She has little hidden feminine details, like the little hidden hint of the frills on the dress and the little hidden lace on the headband here. Little tiny feminine details. It's really cute. Its symbol is a sort of there's always a new beginning after an end. Ooh, okay, interesting. Smoke grenade. Okay, that makes sense. She turns invisible on S2, embedding its type of concealment grenade because of the invisibility. That makes sense. That makes sense. Comms equipment probably, befitting a scout? Yeah, it looks like comms equipment. I can't quite tell what these parts are, but this looks like comms equipment. This makes sense if this is like a smoke screen. And then, of course, you know, you always need a dagger on you for emergency, even if it's just to cut the brush. These are giant antlers. I'm assuming this is naturally shed? And it's a very muted color palette, but all these details are drawn really well. Azling has a really refined color palette that I don't even have the expertise to appreciate as much, because it's using so many muted tones, and I don't normally work with muted tones myself, so I don't understand it as well. But there's a lot of unity, and you can always tell an Azling piece, because Azling, in the same way that we were talking about, art style, there is also art color. You can sometimes tell an artist based on their choice of colors, based on their color scheme. Azling is a very, very, very clear example of that. You always can tell an Azling piece based on this color palette that not a lot of other people use. It's sort of their iconic style, their iconic take on things. So this paler skin tone, the purples in the hair shading, the purples even with this green where you normally expect this to be like a blue, they're using a purple, which creates sort of a gray, warm gray tone. Yeah, this purple and off-white color scheme is, I think, the Azling tell for me. This purple shadow and this off-white is what I'm always seeing in these pieces. The eyes tell me instantly. Yeah, the eyes too, But if it was really far away and you couldn't quite tell, then I would be able to tell even just from the color scheme. Back then, my friends and I used to call Firewatch simply Tactical Bambi. That's great. It's a good design with a simple color scheme, and I do like how she is posed. I do like her position here. It looks good. You need to draw Vesa character with very tired eyes? True. True. I love her tiny little feminine hints here that she sort of sneaks in between the frills and the lace here. I think it's really sweet. It's like, it's not overpowering, it's just teeny tiny little subtle hints here and there. I think it's really good. Alright. Rewilder series, classic wilted cypress. Durable, dustproof, and lightweight. Fair enough. In other words, you'd call her a tomboy? Well, I mean, with all the tactical gear, yeah. With the roughing it out in the woods, tactical gear, absolute rough and tumble, I would say so. She's very androgynous, yet it's not hidden that she's female. It's quite nice. Yeah, it's a great balance. It's a very, very good balance. Alright. Jessica again. Oh jeez, what happened to you? Jessica, do you have any skins where you're not suffering? Or Jessica? Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping? I'm very confused by this. Even the dang chibi has hiccups. Oh. This is Jessica we're talking about? I don't know enough about Jessica. Clearly you guys know more than me. She's doing that thing where you slightly jump to fix the backpack you're carrying. Oh my gosh, I love how I instantly knew what you meant. The implication is she's trying to like lift and adjust her backpack, but it's heavier than her, so she lifts herself instead. Which is a bit Looney Tunes, but still funny. Okay, fair enough. Okay. This is not great, Jessica. This is not great. How did this happen to you? Alright. The clothes are absolutely torn. Wait, is this an intentional design? Because it's also in her sleeves. Is this intentional? It's not on this sleeve, but it is on this one. The heck? You can't tell me that this tattered look is intentional. It looks like it's burnt to a crisp. She failed to make a campfire. Oh my gosh, you're right. This is a setup for a campfire. What did you fight? A whole bear in the wild. This poor girl. Everything is tattered. Your shirt's tattered. Your skirt's tattered. Your How did you tatter your sleeve and yet your glove is completely unharmed? Maybe you have multiple pairs of gloves, but still. She's crying. She is crying. Oh my gosh. I was saying maybe it was fire arts, but no, just classic Jessica moment. Oh dear. This does look too big for her. This does look like she is having a hard time carrying the giant black steel bag. On the other hand, the rendering of the creases in the bag are very nice. Sad cat indeed. Alright, doll, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Big bag in this one, big armor in last one. Jessica strong. Yeah, everything is tattered. Your jacket is I thought this was supposed to be like the highest quality jacket money can buy. And yet this is still tattered. This is almost like burnt to a crisp tattered. This looks ripped. This looks charred. How do you char your sleeve? How do you char your sleeve that much? And not char the gloves? She finds a way to destroy expensive things. That's what I'm saying. Did she fight a bear? Oh my gosh. As a black steel military contractor, she should be strong. I mean, she can at least lift the backpack, but the rest of everything else is falling apart. Her sleeve caught on fire. She was too panicked to put out the fire. Yeah, it's a little bit charred here. It needs a little bit of work. I'd probably try to, like, douse it in water or something, instead of letting the embers sit on it. The more something costs, the more likely Jessica is to break it. Jessica after beating Tallulah. I at least like the texture on the wood here. This is so sad. I'm like, I feel bad that I'm not a fan of Jessica's skin so far, but I've not seen a Jessica skin that I have vibed with yet. There's hardly... I know I was saying with Firewatch's skin that I like the minimal background, but this is slightly too minimal for me. This is like one step above just having a flat platform. Okay, I do like the color of her hair though. Okay, that's a color bias, isn't it? Ah, that's a color bias. Jess Salter movie skin is her best. That is very fair. That is a very good one. That is a very good skin. So, you are right. The best Jessica skin is the one the artist traced, so it'll never come back now. Oh, that is the movie one, isn't it? Ah! Well, anyway. Good rendering and coloring on the jacket and the materials. I'm sorry that it caught on fire. Wind resistant, dust resistant, heat resistant, and durable. Guys? Wind resistant, dust resistant, heat resistant, and durable. How do we feel about that? Scammed. And yet she found a way. Jessica has a special case. Campfire too strong. It says resistant, not immune. False advertising, I claim. Resistant, not impervious. Be nice to the Vita field. Marketing. They didn't say chemical resistant. Okay, my main thing though is like, why are you using this to advertise your product? This is literally the catalog, right? This is your catalog. Why are you putting this in your catalog? They didn't say Mother Nature's wrath resistant. Poor Jessica. Alright. Leonhardt. Ah! We're back with the dual bunnies! We are back with the dual bunnies! I love these little dual bunnies! They are so precious! Back with the gang! I love them so much. These bunnies are canonically stargazers to me. They act so much like them too. Mad Max vibes. There's so many drinks here! What is going on with the drinks? Hanging out with the homies drinking. They each have their own little goggles. Little jackets and little goggles. Oh my gosh. Well, some of these bottles didn't quite make it though. What are we doing here? Are we checking? You have coins wrapped around on a string, but you're clearly losing a fair bit of them, friend. You're losing a fair bit of your coin here. There's another on top of the second seat too. Oh my gosh. What is this Crown Slayer looking mask on you? And there's the, yeah, look at the flat, these are stargazers. Look at this skin. Look at how cool these bunnies are trying to be. With the bunny flag, like... This man is eating currency, Newbie's gonna sue for copyright infringement, or Newbie is gonna find a new idol. Look at the comically sized shoes on the bunny. Look at this! This is insane! So many drinks, too! Oh my gosh. We need a bunny flag like that? You definitely don't need a bunny flag like that. Such proud bunny. This, us, but munching cheese and candy. No! The necklace isn't candy to begin with. So much Mad Max. Behold, our mechanized division has arrived to repel Twitch raiders. Oh my gosh. What do you mean I have a preference? This isn't, like... No, this is just me witnessing the stargazers in their natural environments. I want to be like him when I grow up. Oh my gosh, Aratane. Where am I in the image? I should be with a mechanized division. Probably here. I don't know. I don't know. I think they're all everyone. I think they are all everybody. We're losing so many coins here. You're trying to check the validity of the coin, and you've got it wrapped around you, but you're losing so many in the process. Chocolate coin, candy necklace, very stargazer coated. There's no necklace here. I can't get over this face. This silly bunny face is insane to me. An alcoholic one, now I feel represented. Oh gosh. What are we carrying? Like, okay, aside from the bottles, what else is here? There's a trunk. There's... What are these? The heck? There's lots of bells. Why would you be attracting attention? There's bells everywhere. There's a bell here. There's a bell here. Bells, 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 bells. Why bells? Why would you attract attention? Why would you have bells here as you're sitting here counting your coins? Because bunnies are chaotic? I mean, they attract more chaos. Bells. The choice of bells is insane to me. He's a traitor? Then why let all your money go to... Are you gonna pick all this up? I don't think I can make out these symbols. Leo's a catastrophe messenger, so he travels around a lot and warns people, not in nomadic cities, about incoming catastrophes. Okay, I guess that makes sense at least, but like, why is your money all over the floor? This one's crazy. This one's so crazy. I like the skin. I love the Easter eggs. I'm a little concerned with the amount of bottles. I do wish that the jacket and his own body stood out more from the bike in the background. I do think that the bike and him are clashing a bit. I can obviously see his head because there's plenty of contrast there, and I can see his pants, but the jacket and the bike are clashing a little bit. It is a bit much, yeah. Yeah. And it's sad because I love the bunnies. I love how crazy the bunnies are. The colors are nice, but there is just not enough contrast here. If all they had done was that effect where you sort of fade it with a white layer into the background so that these had been able to show up further, then that would have been enough. That would have been enough. It's just like a little bit... hard to see the difference. If they just added a little bit of a atmospheric white layer to make the difference stand out just a tad more, then that would have been enough to do it. The colors are really chaotic. Bright reds, bright greens, little rainbow stripes here on the shoes. It's so chaotic. A little rainbow glint on the lens here as well. And the flag. See, the flag uses the atmosphere effect. So if you just had the atmosphere effect on the bike, then it would have been fine. Alright. Vitafield series Finder in the Rough. For the explorer pursuing what remains, made with special materials suited for adapting to all climates, meeting the harsh demands of complex environments. Fair enough. Alright. I do really like these guys, though. They're very cute. They're very silly. These are essentially stargazers. I feel like that Leonhardt's bunnies are a good reference for stargazers because they are very clearly drawn as bunnies. And sometimes it's hard to make bunnies look this crazy. So I think they do a good job. Skins with little animal pals is best. Yes, I am very biased towards them. Same reason I grabbed Gitano's skin for the crystal deer. Same reason I love Suzerain's skin so much. Alright, April! Okay. Again, every time I feel like one skin it has a small problem, the next skin solves it. It's so strange how that happens. But April, again, does a great job with separating everything. That's weird, right? Like, Kaobe was hard to see, and then we moved on to Croissant's skin, and then it was like the difference between the pure sky that let the head contrast shine through, and then we had Leonhardt's busier skin, and then April's, which is much easier to see, and again with the more simple sky. Hypergriff listening and actively updating the skins you stream. No, it's interesting that it's like this flip around thing, you know? The skin with the angle of the shadow really makes April look like Gigi Murin. I don't know why you're right, but you're 100% right. Is it the little tongue sticking out? Like, why does that make so much sense to me? Why does that make sense? That shouldn't make sense. It's the face, right? It's the down... Okay, it has to be like the downward eyes a little bit and the little tongue sticking out. But, yeah. You shouldn't be right, but you're right. It is. Definitely is. Alright, there we go again with the composition showing the largest amount of movement, right? The brown/blonde, blonde looking because of the light, combo of the hair too. Oh, yeah, yep, I see. Yep, that makes sense. The light washes out the black so much out of her hair, it's kind of strange. If it weren't for her hairstyle and bunny ears, I'd have trouble recognizing her. That's fair. Yeah, obviously the bunny ears are gonna do the most there. Just one question, did Leonhardt's bike get buried under the sand and are the bunnies okay? Goodness. It really does look like that, doesn't it? Jeez. I love the dramatic lighting in this piece. I love the sharp, sharp colors. You know what's interesting is that this is, a lot of the area in this piece is lineless. It has a very gouache feeling. It is a very gouache effect. It's very poster-esque. The color scheme is the same as her base skin. She also has a signature red accent, so that helps with recognizability. Yeah, that's true. Gouache. Gouache is it's Guache. Gouache is a type of paint, and it's a little bit like watercolor acrylic in between, and it's like very chalky. It creates a very chalky effect. So this has very chalky but solid colors, and it feels like gouache. I painted with that. It's so cool. Blug, you get what I'm saying, right? You would understand then, right? That it feels like gouache. I do like this style of paint. I wish it was used more frequently in other skins. Yeah. It is really, it's very poster-like. It's very graphic. It feels like this could be, this feels like it could be a more modern poster. I like how bright the straps are that contrast well with the band on her ear. And those are also like right next to her wristband that has the blue details on it. So that creates a really good contrast, and it also brings it brings your attention to her face. Because the Erypathy band here and the red being right next to each other create the contrast, drawing your eye to it, which also draws your eye directly to her head here. So I think they did a very good job with that. Yeah, look how lineless this is. This is so lineless. There's so much here where there's not much actual line art going on, and it creates a lot of posterizing effects here. It's much more oily and leaves the exact texture she has on her right ear. Yeah. It's almost ghostly in a sense, kind of, yeah, when you don't have any lines defining anything. And then for more muted, lower on the body, you've got the red in shadow. Also, this is a very intense shadow color, very, very good. I like the composition with how intensely pushed everything feels. Again, line of action is very clear. Even the light here in the background is mirroring the direction of her cloak, creating this one solid line, and then the composition itself, the canvas, also has these points from the top to the bottom. The whole thing flows really well. Her weapon going across and also the tatter of the clothing creates a good counterbalance. And then this gouache feeling makes everything... It gives a very nostalgic feeling in a strange way. But it's a good painting style. And again, the one element of bright red or bright blue is right here, drawing your eye back to her. And the subsurface scattering in her ear is well done as well. I love how a lot of skins do this, where some parts are super rough. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, that it's a great style to be able to do. It's a great style to be able to keep something rough and not worry that it is not delivering enough detail for the overall composition. It's rough in the fact that it doesn't need to be complex to deliver the message. And then when you need it to be complex, like the one piece of line art that I can really see is separating her face detail or her hair detail. It knows where it needs to be and by how much. And it really does feel like GG. I think you're right with the shadow colors and everything. I actually, because I saw this skin, I didn't realize how much it differently matched with the chibi. It also shows a human made it, keeps it more grounded, like some roads op is drawing their portrait. Yeah, maybe deep color. I love the graphicness of this. Faraway gaze, for the explorer pursuing what remains. Made with special materials suited for adapting to all climates, meeting the harsh demands of complex environments. Good. Alright. Schwarz. Are we back in Christmas? Is it Schwarz? Is that how you pronounce it? Schwarz? Alright, back to Christmas. I love how when these get released, it jumps so much between like Christmas, Halloween, beach, going all over the calendar here. Merry Christmas. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. Little detail with Schwarz and Salon. That's right. Ooh. Alright, sorry about that. No, not as bad, not nearly as bad. It's all good, it's all good. Ugh. Alright. Anyway. I love the little doll here with her and Salon. It's very sweet. There's so many little extra details here. Minor inconvenience of rough. This is an interesting detail. There's like a band. What is going on here? That's an interesting clothing detail. There's like a bracelet and then a band and then it's clasped around here. And then there's a grommet here? Or a tie? Strange. And then there's a pin with a stocking. That's one way to hold your stocking, I suppose. Probably something for the crossbow? Maybe? I like the little bell on her neck. That's a cute touch. Little twin candles, okay. I'm sort of looking around the piece. Alright, we got pizza. This is like a little party here. The back one has elite mats? What? What do you mean? This one? The stockings have elite materials in them? Of course she has a neck bell, she is a cat after all. Mats in the stockings, nice. Kinda reminds me of the Exusier skin. I like how most things come in pairs. The candies, the bottles, yeah. I guess we're inviting Salon over later? Little hearts too. Little 2 hearts as well. Hearts with snowflakes in them. Who puts a pin in their chair? I know, that's what I was saying! It's like, well, that's one way to hang your stocking, I suppose, is just stab a pin into it. Jeez. Okay, I know this is supposed to be more of a serious item, but it has a face. I'm sorry. It has a face in this one design. Oh, there we go. There's the carbon sticks. Immediately chat. Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're seeing what I'm seeing, at least. Time 0. Neuron activation. Monkey see, monkey do. Fair enough. So we've got elixirs and carbon sticks. Wait! If these are like, if these are carbon sticks, is it good to get coal in your stocking? Is this not just coal in your stocking? Oh man, I'm so hungry for the pizza. Free building material. Be like, it's okay if I wasn't good this year. I got resources. Santa told me I was a good boy, and he gifted cement and concrete. The pizza looks so good, yeah. And the bread and jam. Bread and jam and pizza is an interesting combination. Not really sure about that one. But you know what? I'll take it. Can you zoom in on the pizza? That's as far as I can zoom in on the pizza. What is your examination as an Italian? It's bad only if you're done building the base. Who cuts a pizza with a knife? I mean, not everyone has a pizza cutter. Isn't that a little bit specialty? Not everybody has a pizza cutter. On a very white crust, but any pizza's a win for me. Well, if it's white crust, then that means that it could have been, oven. It's probably like a, flatter pizza. And if it's white crust, then it's probably with a lot of flour. Probably oven baked. What do they call that? Flatbread. It's probably flatbread pizza. Honestly, it's already pre-cut. No, it looks like it could have just been cut with a knife. Knife is just there to separate it. It looks like flatbread with the crust that kind of takes on that more floury texture. I can't understand if there's no tomato sauce, or there is and there's too much cheese. There's no such thing as too much cheese. Someone call Spectre to slice the pizza. That'll be funny. Why does it look like she only ate the pepperoni? I love these little side stories that you guys come up with when we do these reviews. They're so amusing to me. Could be white sauce? That's true. And she's got little Christmas star decorations here on her shoes, on her belt. That's fun. Tiny little Christmas tree. Little baby mini Christmas tree here. Even the quiver has like Santa fur on it. It's a good composition. It's doing that thing that I was mentioning before, where as it gets closer, the perspective changes to that kind of fisheye effect, and I really like that. I admire that. I'd like to be able to do that someday. There's like the way that you almost look like you're looking straight down at the tree and like down at the couch here. And then here it gets more standard. It's a really good composition. Really good fisheye lens effect. I admire it a lot. I wish I could do it. She looks like she escaped the 40-person family Christmas gathering and is finally getting some peace and quiet, socially exhausted. That's fair. As an Italian, you will say pizza cannot be classified at the moment, but the problem is the eater. Can't get over the ribbon spelling CM at the bottom? Hmm? Oh. Interesting. Yeah, probably just a coincidence. 0 out of 10, who puts a pin in their chair? Some artists are just magicians. Yeah, I really need to study this. Even as subtle as the rope that is being used to hang the ornaments, look how this one has so much perspective coming towards the viewer. Like, this is really, really great perspective lesson piece. I heavily, heavily admire the perspective of this piece. Also, the ornaments filling in the negative space just right here. That's a big relief. I do think that there was nothing wrong with just finishing the other piece of the star. You didn't have to cut it off there. This was already going to extend past the barrier. Adding this extra piece would not have killed you. So, yeah, finish the star. But overall, good harmonious color scheme. Cute little Easter eggs. Don't use your chair as a pincushion. Alright. Winter collection presents. Some elements of this outfit run antithetical to the holiday spirit, but she hasn't seemed to notice. More important things are on her mind. Some elements of the outfit run antithetical to the holiday spirit? What's antithetical to the holiday spirit? I don't see much that's antithetical here. A crossbow? It's got little Santa outfit wool here. Isn't it too covered up when it's winter? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't know. She's exhausted. She shouldn't have to worry about that. Short clothes under the sweater? Yeah, probably. Probably the fact that, like, this does look like a tank top, so, yeah, maybe a little bit antithetical, but still. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. I think we, okay, this one's great. So, Silver Ash. Okay. Silver Ash with little kitty. Little kitty in the briefcase. Little kitty in the briefcase is here. Question star, how many skins are left? I don't know, but I think for today we'll stop on the leopards. Cat bag. It's so cute. This one is really nice. I think I briefly saw this when I first started. Cause I started playing during the Lapland, Texas, Portatori David Veluti. If I got that correct, I don't remember. And they did have a line of skins here, and I think this was one of the very few that I noticed. Or I've just seen it a lot. That's also possible, because I think this is one of the more well-known ones. I like the armor on the Falcon this time. Let's see. So again, it's a more grounded skin. I probably would have moved the lamp just slightly over. It kind of looks like it's coming out of his shoulder a little. Almost looks like the lamp is coming out of his shoulder. Okay, we're seeing the exact same thing then. I Portatori de Veluti. Okay. I'm not gonna remember that, but I appreciate it. Tenzin looking handsome. I do like the armor here. Okay. Oh, this is his own tail. I got confused. I thought the baby snow leopard had a giant tail for a second, and I was getting so confused. No, that makes sense. It's his own tail. It's just lined up exactly where it would also be on the baby. Tenzin looks like he has a staff? Ah! Jeez. Okay, so this skin is really pretty. It's really well drawn. but it's kind of Tangent City, huh? Between Tenzin looking like he has a staff, the lamp looking like it's coming out of his shoulder, the tail looking like it belongs to the baby snow leopard. It's kind of a tangential mess, isn't it? Too many little small details here. I mean, it's well drawn. It's good color scheme. It's well designed, but the compositions here, and here are a bit off. It says hypergriff in the background. What a way to break the fourth wall. There's a reason I chose to wait for the live 2D skin over this one. That's fair. This one, I can tell that they use that automatic line tool. That's kind of amusing. Actually, a lot of this probably uses the auto line tool, which, you know what, honestly fair, because otherwise it would be really hard to do alone. Want another tangent? Sure. Give me another tangent. Show me how many tangents are in this skin. The color scheme is really good. I like the balance of the lamplight and gold with the blue and the green. His thumb on the umbrella. Okay, yeah. Yeah, wow. Can I zoom in any further? I can't zoom any further, but you're right. Wow, I can barely see his thumb. I can barely see his thumb here, what the heck? Yeah. Oof. This one, yeah, oof, yeah! It's such a cute concept. I love the little leopard in the bag. I like the layout of the environment. It's nicely... It's sweet, but there's so many tangents. I like the mix of the blue and the greenish cyan. I like the gold elements. I like how it marries well with the white. The color scheme, the muted color scheme itself with the blue and the white and the gold is very, very good. But there's so many tangents. It's really pretty though. It's a really, really pretty skin. It's really, really pretty. The strands of the scarf kind of mix in with the texture of the pole. That one's not as egregious, because at least they're going in, like, kind of different directions, so I can excuse that one. And they're different colors. Down by his leg. It's a little more muted. It's a little more muted. It doesn't have to... It's not meant to be looked at as much as opposed to his face with the shoulder, Tenzin with the staff, and this tail looking like it belongs to a child. It's like... I see what you're saying, but it's not as in your face. But it's, yeah, and the thumb. The thumb is not a great one either. But the outfit itself is good. The outfit itself that he's wearing is good. It's very dapper. It's very polished. I like the scarf. It's a good detail on the scarf. It's a good balance of color. He looks really nice. His face is drawn... His face is drawn pretty well. I think I like this. Okay, I get it. The whole family has the same type of earring, don't they? Because we also saw this on cliff art, didn't we? Part of the umbrella also mixes with the coat. Why? There's so many good things going for it. Why does it have to be like this? Why would you make it so exact? Why would you do this? Why would you make this so identical? How is that not intentional? Oh my gosh, I don't mean to make anyone regret buying it. It's still really pretty. But like, why? That's so... That would be so hard to accidentally do, I feel. I feel this would be so hard to make accidentally. Just don't look at it too closely. Overall, when you zoom out, it's a lovely composition. When you zoom out, it's a great outfit. And it comes with a bonus cat in a bag. And armor for Tenzin, which is nice. Thanks, Star, I'm the one who did. I'm sorry, Airtane, I'm not trying to make you dislike it. I'm just pointing out what I have to. This skin exists for the purpose of bothering other artists. I just wanted to not have Silver Ash zombie face. That is very fair. Maybe, Star, we should have reviewed this skin before you learned to zoom in. Hush. Hush. Alright. Let's see. Tailor-made outfit. By Seville/Yorks. I'm gonna mispronounce this. Vice? The expensive fabrics are as cold resistant as possible while still ensuring comfort, combined with a special scarf to reflect the discerning taste of the tailor. Okay. Noted. How many more for today? I think we are going to, we're going to end it on, Praminix. You will never get to live down the fact you didn't know how to zoom. Hush. Hush. Alright. They should hire Star as a consultant Q&A to check for tangents and other errors. We do one more? Phantom? Is that after Weedy? We might have to do it for next stream. Alright. Praminix. I can't tell how far away that is, but I think we'll save it for next stream, because my voice is kind of giving out a little. Alright. Praminix. I do really like this outfit. This is a really, really nice outfit. It's really sweet. I like how her dress trim also is sort of reflected of Silver Ash's scarf. I think that's a very nice touch to sort of bring the two together. I really like that. Wonder what the warning sign says? It's a good question. It looks like it's a warning for some type of animal? I can't tell. It looks like, I can't tell what that is. It looks like some sort of animal, but I'm not really sure. It's a bunny. It kind of looks like a bunny, but I feel like you wouldn't put a warning there for a bunny unless they're from a Lucinari. It kind of looks like a bunny, but... Stargazer warning. The frills on the boots. That is cute. I really like that. I love how... I love the pointed boots because it creates a very, like, dainty feminine feeling for her, which is very nice. It does look like a bunny, doesn't it? Are we this famous? You appeared in so many skins so far. Let's see. I like the bag. The bag is very elegant. There's overall a very elegant, warm winter vibe that I think is very sweet. The pleats on the top are nice. There's clearly a heavier fabric being used here, a very quilted fabric, which is good. And then this capelet seems very, very plush and thick and warm. Really great for cold environments. She tiptoeing on the sidewalk. She's posed. She's like, this is just an elegant, like, you know, turn over here, let me take your picture. It's very sweet. Her feet not being on the ground is the only thing I don't care for. It looks like she's sort of turning, like her feet got lifted a little bit, and she's sort of turning around to look at who's asking. I think it's fine. I don't mind it too much. Yeah, she looks like she was sort of minding her business and walking, and then she was like surprised and turned around, and then someone snapped a fashion picture. Really light, really elegant, pretty delicate. Yeah. And I am biased for these kind of more Victorian style designs here, but it's pretty good. Also, looking around here, she herself stands out pretty well. Don't see much overlapping. I think there might be one or two that I can't see, but it looks like it's clearing the tangents pretty well. Why is her hair behind the fence? Because it's very long, and it's probably very windy out. I love how she keeps her belt on her. On this little, belt buckle, she keeps her bell on her belt. Her brother scarred star. No, I can see her much clearer in this, and I don't see anything that is, like, very super confusing here. Personal nitpick, I probably would have had her tail end in a way where we could see the ending instead of being hidden entirely by her dress. Because all you needed to do was draw it a little further out here just to see the end of the tail. But that's a minor nitpick. A bell buckle. Yeah. Ooh, this is cool. I like the sort of runic Celtic necklace symbol here. This sort of, colder, almost like, yeah, very, very Celtic knot looking. I like this design a lot. Yeah, I can tell it's a leopard face. I can see the ears and I can see the edges of the cheeks here. That's really cool. I like the design. Yeah, it's meant to definitely be a snow leopard. But it's a nice touch. The jewelry is well placed. Little seashell motifs here. Well, probably not seashell in terms of like how cold it is, maybe more like fan motifs. I like the repeated fan motifs. The rendering of her hair is really nice. I like the way it's drawn. This, you know what's interesting is that this sort of like chalky crayon color scheme and these highlights that we were talking about, this rendering style, especially I'm noticing in the hair, feels very Grand Blue Fantasy or Final Fantasy. It definitely has that Grand Blue feeling, you know, that slightly pencil type look. Why are you wearing the earring that has the company logo and name on it? It's like how you buy those expensive designer bags and they have the designer like taking 90% of the bag space. Brand ambassador, yeah, there you go. And I like how nice and elegant, delicate the purse is. Nice frills on the gloves the frills on the gloves mirror the frills on the boots, which I think is a good touch. Or wearing Ray-Ban glasses, yeah, exactly. Feels odd to me. It's definitely like a fashion, I'm showing off the brand type of deal. It's a nice skin. Also, I like how rough the background of the building looks. Again, doesn't have to be detailed, it just works. The rest of the detail is in her. Her face is drawn really well, too. Don't have to worry as much about the background. I think that's good. The only reason why I would not go for this skin, because I do think this is a very nice skin. The only reason that I would not go for this skin is because I actually like her regular one more. Because I'm very biased towards the jewelry that she has on her forehead. I actually have like compared the chibis of these two, and I'm just like, I really like her regular one, but this is a very, very close second. It's sweet, it's elegant, it's gentle, it's graceful. I like it a lot. But I really like her jewelry and her main outfit more. The only reason I don't want to buy the skin is because I like her base art. Star, I know you're saving every time for Posey. It's not because of Posey! I genuinely have looked at this before, and I'm just like, I really love so much of it from an artistic perspective. But I really, really like Pram's detail in her main skin and in her main outfit. And the reason for that is going back to what I was saying about my own old personal outfit is I had something very similar as well. Without knowing it, I had accessories that mirrored Praminix and Amiya without realizing it. Very more unusual things that you don't normally see in character design. I had the circlet with the gemstones that goes over the forehead, and I had the jabot. Pram is just super pretty. Her E2 is one of the best early Arknights E2s. I have not taken a super hard look at the E2 because I want to fully admire it when I do eventually get her to E2 myself. It was all preordained in the stars. Pramia. Tailor-made outfit by Seville/Caster's Frost. A full set of handmade clothing that perfectly fits the wearer's body shape, with additional details to her lifestyle. See, this is such a cute chibi. This is so sweet. This is so gentle. I really, really do like this. I think it's really, really cute. If I didn't love her base art so much, I probably would have gotten this. And I might still in the future, just because it is really sweet, but it's not a huge priority. Because her base art is personally what I like more, but it's such a close second. I would probably get it just to have it, because it's so sweet. It's just so fluffy and gentle. I love Praminix a lot. She's great. She's definitely one of my... I haven't had enough room for her in the team lately, but I need to go back to having her in the team sometimes. Alright. I think this is where we are going to wrap up. I think this is where we are going to wrap up here. You have fluffy tail, Star likes you, noted. Alright, I don't know if I got through a huge amount of skins, but that's about as much as I can do for today. Also, if you are interested in any more skin reviews, I do have an evergreen video up on the YouTube channel for the skin reviews that are new to this event, so definitely check it out when you have a chance. I would appreciate it a lot. Thank you guys for shouting out the Discord and the Ko-fi. I appreciate that. If you do join the Discord, if you are new here, please keep in mind that I do have an Arknights channel, but there are threads specifically for spoilers. Next stream, I believe we are going to be doing 2 vignettes, I think? I believe 2 vignettes, and then we will probably see how much we can get done with the fashion, on the last day on Saturday. But again, thank you very, very much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I love, seeing you guys commenting and making remarks on the different outfits. It's a lot of fun, so thank you so much again. And wherever you may be in the world or the worlds beyond, have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.